I could kill you before it kills me.
Exactly. And the answer is 2/3 of the time you can't.
Sometimes.
Alrighty. So, welcome everybody. Welcome everybody back
God,
to...
if I would have gotten you with my celestial aura, though, that would have been so funny.
It was every single one of them.
You hate to see it.
That sucks.
Alright. So, welcome everybody back to session 41? Session 41/40/39. It's no longer the Battle of Ithaca. It's just of groups 3 and 4. How is everyone doing tonight?
Doing good.
Oh yeah, we gaming.
By the way, John, if you've been speaking, I don't think anyone's heard you.
He's actively decided to just sit in the corner.
Yeah. I missed my alarm. So I'm just doing breakfast.
No, you're okay. You're good.
I
You're
was
resting
testing yesterday. It was very fun. So I did got hit with fucking tear gas. It was not fun, but the rest of it was fun.
Incredible.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, we are missing Ishmael. He might show up sometime later. I hope he does. He was like talking like all the way up until like an hour before the actual session, so he might have just fallen asleep.
This
He
seems
might
like
have gotten kidnapped.
his
Who
date
knows?
night, so he'll probably be here in like a half hour. I
Ooh,
think.
that is true. I wish you just told me that.
This seems like a reoccurrence.
And also Cherry is probably said they're going to be just slightly late, but they should be making it tonight. But then other than that, we have everyone here. So where did we leave off last session?
The end of the forever combat.
Yeah, pretty much. As you look upon the absurd destruction of the entire city around you. You all just ended a 12-session long combat between Hera and this Hecatoncres.
I feel like there was like the blood pumping in my ears made like a music, and I no longer hear it.
Probably all the screaming.
Out
But
of
yeah.
curiosity, in world, how much time did that take? Like not even an hour?
Not even an
I
hour.
think a couple
Probably, I would
minutes.
say, mechanically, I think like 6 seconds per session, not per session, per round. So
6 seconds
like,
per
really,
round.
it probably took as much as like
30.
a half hour at most. But
Yeah.
I'm gonna say it at least took an hour because there were at least a few time jumps.
Yeah, but I
That
think
one.
each of those were like under 10 minutes.
I think
Yeah.
there's also a lot of
that
like
makes the most
queuing.
sense.
There's a lot of like queuing and like lining up the soldiers as well.
Mhm.
Yeah.
There was like
We
setting
were
up
just
the troops. We had a few sessions that were just we had a few out of stream sessions that were just like out of combat, so there was just a lot of doing stuff. And I'd say overall between the death of Hera and the fall of the Hecatoncres, that would probably be about like 5-10 minutes as well, just to finish off all the other obelisks.
Pretty good time for the states, I think.
I mean,
But
hey,
yeah.
the Hecatoncres dead in that little time is pretty fucking great.
Oh yeah.
We'll take it.
It is
Fucking the
insane.
D&D combat time scale is always so scuffed.
The next session I have literally tomorrow is I had just introduced the like they had gotten to the point where now the people attuned to like the hive mind are like hearing everything going on with the Hecatoncres. So it's like, okay, we gotta contribute to this, and it's already dead. It's fine. But yeah, so last session we had concluded with the fall of the Hecatoncres, as the last of the obelisks falls to the ground. As you can see, the castle itself is offset from where the Hecatoncres had been standing for a majority of of combat. That is because upon the death of Hera, the Hecatoncres attempted to flee the battle as it slowly trudged its way through the city until eventually it died there, right where the mountain keep is, crashing down and almost blocking the entire river here, as the rest of the body just caked the river and the harbor in just a massive wave of blood. From what I understand, the people that were escaping, there were, I think, 3 parties. I say parties but there was really like one group and then 2 people doing individual stuff. I just got a message from Ishmael. Oh fuck! I just completely forgot. It's Ishmael's birthday, so he's not here.
Hey,
Happy birthday,
Ishmael.
Let me just respond to that real quick. Okay.
Oh yeah, remember, yeah, baby.
Quick, while he's incapacitated, I kill him.
So,
No, not again.
So, from what I remember, we had 3 individual parties. We had the people escaping through the vault, not escaping, but like looting the vault.
Ransacking.
We had Morgan, and then we had Arya. And I think that was it. So we'll start with, from what I've been told,
It's gonna take me a while to get to that vault.
as the rest of the Hecatoncres began to buckle and slowly begin to fall to the ground, Akamero, Rory, Erud, Lokir, Junji, and Splint all were within the vault until eventually Akamero had casted Featherfall as everybody got to the surface of the castle and slowly drifted back down to the rubble below. You would be able to target everyone. I didn't account for Junji in my last counting, but Cherry said that they were just gonna follow Rory around wherever you went. But Lokir can fly, so now
Done deal.
All good.
yeah.
I used to be able to fly.
We used
And
to walk on the wall. Flying
And
sucks.
Splint wouldn't be able to fly because apparently his entire Raven Rider is carrying a shit ton of gold. So, so he would also need to be caught in that as well. You all begin to slowly just. You are all able to easily get back to the surface of the keep. And Akamero, you are able to cast, I'm assuming, like your last spell slot, as
my last one.
the very last spell slot, as you featherfall everyone slowly back down. Arya, you are with Hestia and her magma sharks, as you all are taking care of one of the clusters. And you are specifically in a brawl with the still alive Ganymede, even as the obelisk is destroyed and the entire cluster begins to fall down to the ground. You are still in this almost like zero gravity combat with Ganymede, and you are like just able to take advantage of the opportunity of the moment and slice his head off clean with your blood scimitar, just as the entire cluster crashes to the ground and you fall unconscious. Unconscious and very much unconscious, and for the moment very much so dead.
Yeah.
And then from what I've been told, Morgan Morgan and Delurin aren't contributing to the clusters. They are just leaving to the northern side of Ithaca and just
Yeah. We're
setting down
hurting
to
pretty
heal, I'm
bad.
assuming. Yeah, no, I completely get that. So you all are flying over and landing, and just land over there. Delurin is kind of very still. He knows that he wasn't under his own control, and he also knows that you also know that, but he doesn't care. So he is still profusely apologizing for dropping you. For dropping you and dropping you unconscious for that moment. Even as you
it's okay.
land.
I know he wouldn't.
The
He
nicest
wouldn't do it on
bastard.
purpose.
He apologized.
Now, couple things as the entire Hecatoncrease crashes to the ground. One, Arya,
Yes.
you find yourself falling as the entire cluster crashes into the water, and you, as you manage to successfully defeat Ganymede, you feel the massive impact of you slamming into the wall, like you were mid-air in an elevator and then just crash right down to the ground.
No.
You feel you feel almost your life like leave your body, but almost still feel like the rushing water flow into the cluster and begin to essentially drown you if you weren't already dead.
Yeah.
You feel yourself adrift in this water, but still only see the void black as death takes over. But as you kind of are adrift in this water, you feel a hand grasp at the back of your skull. You feel nails, sharp claw-like nails, dig into the back of your head. And you feel this imposing figure kind of, you can't see them, and you aren't able to actually like turn around and look at them or anything, but you still feel this imposing figure standing behind you, almost just grabbing you by the back of your head, and you feel the presence of this cold breath just come straight up to you from behind you, as their like mouth is directly at your ear. You can feel this cold, wheezing breath kind of just glaze off of the side of your face, as this familiar voice says to you, "You think death will allow you to escape from my grasp.
Hey.
I will see you very soon, my dear."
Like why?
And then you aren't able to actually respond in this moment,
great.
as you are still very dead. But as you almost feel as he says this, you just feel him push your head forward, as you are like you almost feel like he's like slamming you into the ground, but instead of you like hitting anything, your head instead rights itself as you sit up, gasping for breath and spitting out water, as you just see this blue tiefling in front of you with this adorned in this plate armor you recognize as Captain Brugo, as he looks to you and he says, "I'm glad I had one spell slot left." As you are now on like you find yourself on this like cluster of rock, this tiny little island of rubble that is within this massive body of water that has come from the river. As you see this like open field of magma shark corpses that are just engulfed in the waves, and you see Hestia kind of just scrambling out, just dragging herself out of the water, barely alive, as she just looks back at her children in absolute despair. Now, going back over to the first group, Akamero, you cast Featherfall on everybody, and everybody else that is either falling slowly or flying in the air watches as the entire Hecatoncrease eventually crashes to the ground. The entire fleshy body of this Hecatoncrease just kind of explodes into a mass of strands of flesh and limbs of those that were still present on the surface of this Hecatoncrease, as the entire rest of the mountain keep crashes, and you eventually are enveloped in this massive dust cloud as you watch as it's not just in this like massive area around the keep, it is engulfing this the entire city in this massive dust cloud as all of the clusters of these massive city blocks just explode into rubble and scatter across, and dust kind of just scatters across the city. I would like to ask everybody that is there what everybody's passive perception is. Or actually, I'll ask for a perception check, and from pretty much everybody there.
What, you don't want my 9?
No, I want you to see something, damn it.
I refuse.
No, and Arya would not be a part of this. A part of this role, unfortunately. They are still at this moment that we are picking up on dead. Oh wow, the person with the fucking insane perception saw something.
Not even good though, but so good.
Okay. I'll say the DC was 15. I'm gonna go roll for Splint. I'm assuming his perception hasn't changed since he became. Actually, it probably did because he's now a ranger.
It's a little wise. It's got some wisdom in there.
His perception is still 8, so plus 8.
Well, you see a centaur skeleton.
A single centaur skeleton drifting in the river. No. So Splint also sees this, as well as Rory, Erud, and Lokir. I'm also going to roll for Junji because Junji is also there. Okay.
Question. Does
Yep.
the 10 novel crit system count for skills as well? For like skill checks?
Does sorry, one more time?
The 10 over crit rule that we have.
Oh, you know, I'm not even gonna worry about that. You are gonna see everything I want you to see with a 15. So a 27
What about
isn't
what
gonna
you
do
don't
shit.
want us to see?
Just out of curiosity, you know.
You see 3 extra gold under one of the tables.
If I did that, you would crit on a 10 anytime.
I mean, yeah.
On an 8 even. Because you'd only need a 15. Okay. So you all are enveloped in this cloud, in this dust cloud, as it kind of disperses over and engulfs this entire city. It's not a huge and thick fog. It is just a very it's just a fog that seems to just cloud your vision just from all of the dirt and rubble and ash that are still around, as the rubble had disseminated across the entire city. As you all kind of just eventually glide back down and kind of land. I'm assuming like you were just in like the center of the court of the throne room as this happened, or like when you casted the spell, if I'm correct.
I was trying to write it down to where I landed like on top of the workshop for the forge.
Oh, on the forge?
Yeah.
I don't think with Featherfall, I don't think that would be an option, because the forge would have probably crashed back over here with over here still, whereas the rest of the keep would have kept moving on until to eventually here. So you probably would be somewhere at least on the Mountain Keep Island when the entire thing starts falling.
I'll just be as close as I can get then.
Okay. I'll probably say you can get to like here, like you're on the ledge here.
Yeah.
And I'll probably say that's exactly why you missed this, because you were just so determined to go over to Hebe's journal to find that real quick.
I have my priorities.
So as the rest of you watch as Akamaro just disappears into the fog, you just take a moment to look around at your surroundings. And you look back over to the keep. Flying, or not flying, you look above the mountain keep. And standing about 30 feet above the surface of the keep is a figure. A figure you don't recognize because there's not really anything discernible about this figure. Humanoid in nature, this very trapezoid almost this almost trapezoid kind of face or head shape, as it kind of like widens out into almost like a set of horns that are just shooting straight out the sides. But the figure doesn't have any discernible traits because they are entirely made of void black. You are looking it almost looks like you are looking at a piece of the void itself, as this figure, probably towering 15 feet tall, hovering just about 30 feet above the keep, is just looking down the river at the massive city as the river begins to pool with blood and crimson gore, as flesh begins to kind of trickle and bob down the river. Rubble continues to exhume from ash begins to continue to exhume from the rubble around you. The figure just looks motionless and then is gone.
Huh.
Vibe check?
And yeah, you can certainly try to make an insight check. I'm gonna say this is with disadvantage because you have never seen this figure,
sense.
nor does he have really anything discernible, any discernible qualities that you.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
fine.
Yeah,
I think I used up all my sorcery points.
You failed the vibe check.
you aren't able to discern anything about this figure.
I'm gonna
But I
say
will
it's safe to assume not great.
Definitely not.
I will
Not a
say, as you see this figure, and then watch it disappear, we go back over to Morgan. Morgan,
Yes.
as you eventually land and are speaking to Delurin, as you kind of are like simultaneously watching as the entire rest of the Hecaton Crease crashes to the ground, you do not see this figure that everyone else sees. But as you are
Understandable.
looking to Delurin and speaking to him, you watch as like almost like he pauses, freezes in time as he's almost the conversation, the sentence he was saying is just paused as he is frozen. and then he begins to crumble into dust and wither away and dissipate.
Oh.
Not the homie.
He must have
Team
broken.
Iris!
You think he broke a contract?
Arya, you wake up at this moment and watch and see all of the, and like see the river. You do not see this figure that everyone else sees. But as Hestia is looking in despair at her children, you can see these like almost lava-like tears trickling down this lava elemental form. But as she's looking, you watch as she too begins to freeze, pause in place,
Huh?
with this ghastly, sorrowful, mournful expression over her face. And then what looks to be almost like embers or soot and ash leaving her body slowly begins to deteriorate her form as she begins to disintegrate and fade away.
Well, hold on, she ain't no demon. We cure her of that. She's oh no. Doesn't matter, she's a demon then. What is going on? Could I
That's
arcana
bad
check
for
this?
you three. Points at fucking Arya, Arcavero, and Rory.
Well, that. Hey, I was told. Hey, I get a get out of jail free card. I was told I don't die today. Not yet. So, could I arcana check this? Is this magic? What is this?
Have we
This
noticed it? I don't think.
Go ahead and you have.
Yeah.
So Morgan, you would recognize the death of a demon. You have in fact watched a Nabasu die. That is exactly what Delurin just did. He almost as if like he just straight up something killed him, and he just faded like dust. And you also see, and Arya, you've seen
and killed.
You've
Nabasu.
seen demons also. You've seen Nabasu. You've seen demons all just fade into into black smoke. But you've also seen disintegrate spells.
Ooh.
That makes
Could I
sense.
arcana check? Is this the work of disintegration, or is this something else?
You can go ahead and make an Arcana check or a Nature check, whichever one works for you. And I
Arcana.
will tell you. Okay, Arcana, an 18. Yeah, that looked very much so like a disintegrate spell.
Who has counter spell left?
That's not how that works.
Or dispel magic? Or dispel? You know?
No, they're already disintegrated.
Or a spell.
No.
That's even
Who
less
has a
how
spell
dispel
left?
magic works.
What if only half her face disintegration?
Oh, my bad, guys. I had a 9th level slot. I'll just cast Wish.
That would be nice. Yeah, Hestia's gone now, so that sucks.
Arya, you also look in as Brugo just looks in sheer shock as he looks in very confusion, just like, what just happened? What the fuck just happened? And he also freezes in place.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Bro,
Crap. I was gonna say disintegration spell, but it looks like it got you too.
And
Well, shit.
he begins to slowly fade into black smoke as well. And this does not look like disintegrate.
Oh no! Another Arcana check? Question.
This one would be more of a nature check.
Oh jeez. We'll see. Okay, I'll gamble.
Okay, you
Oh
did
wow.
better.
Okay.
You
21.
recognized the disintegrate spell, but you could have very so confused it for a demon fading to dust, like you've seen before. But you definitely recognize that more clearly with Brugo.
Oh, I didn't think he was that
had
injured.
not-
He succumbed.
Brugo had not become an Arvandorian.
Yeah. Oh, I don't think my vestige can save him. Yeah, that sucks.
you hate to see it.
I know, he just revived me too. Oh, that sucks. Well, that sucks. Hey, is there any flesh by me that still has ample blood in it so I can just
No.
slash?
Not the time. Not the time.
I need a heal. I'm on 1 HP. I can't even save
You
against
need to
another
warn
disintegrate.
people.
Can you
People
not
are
heal?
disappearing.
Of course, I'm not healed. I got revivified. You think?
Oh, that's fair.
I wish if there was plenty of chunks of meat with blood on the ground, I'd be slashing at that right now. I don't really want to care about our friends
People are-
dying right now.
People are actively disappearing. Just say fire.
Well, I kind of want to look where the source is, because yeah, if there's a disintegration going off, what the heck is going on? Who's the caster?
You specifically recognized the disintegration spell on Hestia, but Brugo was not hit with anything disintegrate. It looks like he was a demon of abyss of the Forbidden East, and it looks like he just died on the spot and faded into smoke.
He didn't
I
have
think
wounds.
we might have met the Shade Oblivion.
Quick, go stab Aruhi and fucking.
That Oblivion didn't look very chained.
I want to clarify, Ruhai and Defrabri are Vandorians right now.
Oh yeah, that's right. We did. Okay,
They
good,
are.
good.
And so is
died.
Cersei. Cersei is also an Vandorian.
I don't think even if I hit him with my best as well, he was disintegrating. I don't even think that would save him.
Not if they're already disintegrating, but like if you get them beforehand and say, you know.
I mean, I would have swiped at him if I had the chance while he was turning to ash just to preserve.
Well, now you know. Well, now you know, so don't let it happen again.
Well, it just means I have
Next time you see it
anyone,
start.
stab anyone who's a demon. Got it.
Stab all the demons. Yell.
Honestly,
"You're getting murdered."
yeah.
Well, I'm gonna yell. Well, I'm honestly gonna yell because I want to yell. There's an enemy caster. Hestia literally got disintegrated. Like I want to yell. Someone's casting spells.
Yeah,
I just saw.
I imagine there is ensuing chaos as certain people, as not a huge amount of people, but very select people are slowly Hestia seems to be the only one that actually disintegrates, but everybody else that were demons that were in this battle and still alive in Ithaca are very much slowly fading into black smoke and dying.
Does that include Hades?
Hades is fine.
Noted.
Fucking asshole.
He's
He
not
was never an actual demon.
He was never
Demon
an
Lord was just a
Yeah,
title.
but, like you couldn't disintegrate Hades and not fucking.
Yeah, we lost.
Hades
we
had
lost
too much health for that.
Well, whoever casted disintegrate.
Hestia had
Disintegrate's not a
14
very long spell.
Hestia had 14 health left.
Could I make a perception check? It's not a very long distance spell, disintegrate.
For what?
It's like 120 feet.
Are you sure?
It might be more than that even.
I think it's less. It's
I'll say go ahead and make a perception check. Sure.
Oh, it's 60. Okay.
Okay, I'm part wizard. I
You look around and you can't really find any discernible person that could be the result of this. But as you see the rest of Hestia's massive form begin to disintegrate away, in place on the other side of them is Cersei and Cersei, Kraga, Tiresias, the other people of Rosmoen that were coming to her aid, just watching in horror as she disappears.
Step away from there.
But as
that was
you
disintegrate spell. Get away from there.
As they're all just looking, disintegrate is a one-person spell. It's you target a person. It's not an area of effect spell.
It's casted again. That they ain't safe. 60 feet of range, and they're trying to go to her. Stay back.
You watch as everybody looks on in horror as their goddess, their hearth mother, just disintegrates into ash and rubble. But Kraga looks the most worried. As Kraga just looks, and you can't really, from afar, you aren't able to hear the whispered, "Oh fuck," as her form begins to slowly erupt into flame and disappear.
Oh, well, that's bad. It looks like she bit the dust too. Oh well. Ugh, that sucks.
As everybody else just looks around crazed as they're as they just watched their Hearth Mother and then Kraga follow, all just die.
I'm just yelling, get back, get back. There has to be an enemy caster nearby. Something's going on.
But with that, that is the last of any particular events that occur for this at the ensuing moments of the Hecatonkries crashing to the ground.
Well, crap. Still think we won.
Akamero, I would like an investigation check,
I would love to do that.
as you are completely null and ignorant to the ensuing chaos that is happening. And you absolutely are eventually able. You find that Hebe's book is kind of beside the massive forge that has just crumbled, and there's only like half of the forge actually left, lopsided and like embedded into the ground. And you find the book just outside, just against the wall there, with Hebe's arm just sticking out from underneath of the building. Its hand just stretched over top of the book.
Overjoyed to just peel her fingers off. And
Wrong way to
you
do it.
know, on a 24, walking through Hephaestus's forge, do I see anything else?
On a 24, anything that was of value was certainly destroyed, as the entire Colosseum slammed into the forge and killed the obelisk and everything inside of it, and then sent the entire forge crashing to the ground.
Man, no magic armor, no nothing good.
Shoddy
Nope.
craftsmanship. You
Yeah,
think the god of the forge would make something that could survive that?
I know,
The god of
right?
the forge- the god of the forge just keeps everything close to himself.
Yeah, no kidding.
Wherever he is right now, wink.
Well, that sucks.
He was the one who showed us to the baby.
No, he was not. You don't care. You
The owl,
Yeah, you know,
famously the
Hephaestus-
symbol of Hephaestus.
Hephaestus, yeah. Hephaestus
Famously
very
linked with
attuned with
owls.
owls.
definitely Hephaestus.
I leisurely stroll my way back to the
Was
group
that what-
while
you were
scanning
gonna
my
say
new
something
spellbook.
Okay. Era's just going to look at you. You know, I've been in the market for a new spell.
Let me look through it first, and then it's yours.
Fucking you'll nod. Fair enough.
Hey, did you dig through the forge to find it?
No, but I did revive you.
That's why he gets second dibs.
And no dibs. He gets. Any flesh near me?
Oh my
You were
god.
fucking able to find flesh, my guy. It's everywhere.
Oh, sweet.
It's
I'm
not
just gonna put-
living though, right?
No.
Should I just put my health to
Everything,
max?
all of the blood is everywhere in the river.
Oh, sweet. I'll just keep slashing the water till I'm
You
full.
can't bleed a
I don't
river.
think
You
that's how
cannot
that
make a
works.
How
river
that
ble-
works?
You cannot make
I
a
don't
river
think it's
bleed, my guy.
specifically blood.
There's
It's
blood
like
in the
life
water. It's
essence,
already
right?
bleeding.
No,
There's
it is
blood.
blood.
Water, you can't cross it.
I will say you were able to take your scimitar and just like stab it into the water, and you just watch as all of the blood from the water just gets sifted out of the river and just slowly flows into your blade.
Ah,
For
good.
like a brief second, and then is replaced by the more blood that's flowing through.
Oh, sweet. Should I just mark it as full, or do
You
you
can
want me to just
fucking-
roll constant?
We're
I
taking
think
a
we're
long rest,
taking
my
a
guy.
long rest now.
Yeah.
Cool.
I just want to heal from this blood. That's what the sword does.
It's a blood sword. It heals from blood.
Exactly. If it has blood, that
Well, now
means
you're
health.
Arvandorian, so it's a light spell. It's a light sword.
A lightsaber, you might say?
That
No,
wasn't.
that's copyrighted.
Quite literally.
That wasn't stated when I last used it.
Some sort of saber of light.
There's a blood in the heart.
Okay. So now we are going into a long-awaited period of downtime as the ruins of Ithaca are yours to traverse. Everybody else seems to kind of take camp in different places around the around what's left of the map. As you see up above, as Cirilla kind of forms what's left of her Inheriar army, kind of just forming there, and she looks to begin to kind of disseminate them across the city walls. You watch as everybody kind of groups up for their little happy reunion, including the Asphodel Syndicate, seeing the long dead Hades.
Yeah.
And none of us
see,
know.
You see the people of Hephaestus are the fire giant, not the from Hephaestus, the fire giants of Muspelheim and the Githyanki are all kind of grouped up together. And there are certain people kind of just dispersed about. But the time is yours.
How much gold are we splitting, or are we just taking our share?
That is
Oh,
also
well.
true.
What am I subtracting from?
Are we sticking
the other
around here?
Not for long, I hope. Someone got
That's
disintegrated
the plan,
here.
isn't it? We have to stay here until we set up a teleporter back to.
Well, reinforcements would be nice. That's for
Zeus
sure.
is on the way.
That is
but
well.
no, the plan is we set up the teleporters with some Farina, they take over, and then we can leave.
Well, first thing I'm gonna do is read those 2 funny poems that we found in the keep.
Yes.
I will be
okay.
joining in that.
Okay.
Money, items.
So,
What more?
who all is reading the poems? It's Akamero, Erud, and Rory.
I'll listen to them.
Okay. Anyone else want to do anything while during the same time period that they are kind of reading the poems?
If I can multitask, I'd like to
Definitely.
take whatever cut we're losing out of the wealth.
Yeah.
I can start doing the math.
Yeah.
Okay.
The money.
I have to go and get my dog that I left somewhere.
Oh, I forgot about Domus.
What?
IRL, or is that an excuse?
I've still got a fucking baby in my arms
I
also.
don't think group 3 has actually been properly introduced to Domus. I think we kind of just like
You guys mentioned it and you like saw it, but
Yeah. Giant
Those are
tortoise.
great.
Oh, the giant tortoise. Okay.
What's the baby's name? I now only have just seen. I've heard of it. I heard you were holding a kid.
did Akamero mention the name to Erud when they were together, or?
I guess I would have read it out loud.
All right.
I was not an earshot for it, so.
Yeah, Erud's just going to mention I believe Telemachus.
Oh, it's Odysseus's kid. I see.
it's Telemachus.
Erud mispronounces it because this isn't his native language.
Yeah.
I said it.
Telemachus.
He
Matter.
specifically worded it to you, the exact pronunciation, and Brandon was just like,
And it's been
it's just like, it's still Telemachus.
It's been many.
Erud-
It's been
Erud is
many
American.
seconds in character
It's been
and
many
many days
seconds.
out.
Erud is American.
Telemachus, but I wouldn't mind butchering its name either, so. Poor little thing. Or
Little shit.
You have something against this child?
apart from who his father was, not really. It's just unfortunate, really.
Would I have heard of Odysseus? I do have fucking.
In the
I do
Scholarly
have
Mind Palace?
knowledge. Yeah.
I think Odysseus, unless Erud wouldn't be like particularly invested in like war heroes or like important generals. Like if you weren't looking specifically in their like records of infantry, you wouldn't probably know Odysseus. He's not that popular.
Yeah, Eric just kind of generally reads books. Like, he doesn't
Yeah.
usually
Well,
look
I can
for
give you a
specific
rundown
shit.
of who Odysseus was, because last time I rolled a high number for his history. Oh, Odysseus, yeah.
And this Odysseus person, do you have a problem with him?
Well, it's unlikely anymore. He's probably part of the mass, unfortunately. War hero, warrior.
And
We're
your
all the
problem
same.
with him?
The problem with him, he was too much to the letter.
I see. Well,
But he
then
was also creative. He reminded me a lot of Viserys. And I don't see that giant dragon anywhere.
There's one particular play he did I hated so much. It was called Aeneas's Horse. It was such a weird the Aeneas horse. It was not
Yeah, that place sucked. It was kind of one-sided. So. One-sided play.
the
You know,
George horse.
Yeah, giant horse.
Just
How
the
would
way-
anyone fall for a Trojan? It's such a lousy tactic. Who would even
Fucking-
fall? It's a lousy
Camaro making a bunch of random X's on the map.
I think that's different, but it's.
Those were the Trojans.
I mean, it was more creative than the giant horse that they did, but I suppose there's a difference in a Trojan. It's just based on design, I suppose.
Never let Erud know you're the one who did that, by the way.
No, I just
Oh my
I'll just say that Trojan was, more well done than the one in the play.
We're gonna be like 3 months down the line. I'm gonna be like, okay, it didn't work last time, but now it's time for this to work. The fake math scheme.
Hey, we're not telling anyone we told.
Hey,
that
don't try it. I'll win the one. I'll win the one. Don't try it.
It won't be a 1v1.
So who's gonna? Do you just plan to take care of that baby now? Is it yours now, Erud?
Well, I'm not exactly a paternal figure, and I doubt I have too many years left on this planet, but I can't just leave it.
Well, neither would I. I mean, I may be a warrior, but why leave such a thing like that behind? It needs parental guidance.
Respectfully, I don't think I would trust it with you. No offense.
Hey, my maternal instincts are strong. I'm not some savage beast now.
I was just kind of cock an eyebrow.
Believe what you want to believe. It's not safe here. That's for sure.
Indeed.
So, John, you said Lokir is kind of just going straight to Rosmoen after this, as everything is going on, or do you have stuff you want to do now?
Well, I want Domus,
I kind of want Domus.
Yeah.
I mean, he's currently swimming in chum water now, so that's fun.
I mean, he's gonna have a whole lot of fun here, There's a lot of rubble for him to eat.
There's a lot of rubble, there's a lot of ground beef, just the casual things that you find on land.
Get it? Because the beef was the ground.
It is now, yeah. Well, it sure fell to the ground too, so.
How long would it take me to go there and back?
Why not just wait on them?
It depends on your mode of transportation. If you are just flying there, with your mechanical, you're using your wings, then probably a good while, because it did take a good long rest with all of the transportation that you were using. But if you want to steal one sun wing left from the Nahuatl, then you can probably get there in probably a long rest.
Do you want a phantom steed that
I
goes
would also point out you would be actively passing by Atlas and Zeus on your way over.
I can't.
They're that
do
close?
with Atlas and Zeus, though, can I?
I thought he was like 10 miles out. He's that close.
He's still on the way. Like he's making his way down to Ithaca. So if you were just to beeline it straight to Rosmoen, he would still be moving closer to Ithaca as you were moving down.
Yeah.
As you were making it to Rosmoen. So he's like
Oh,
10
do we
miles out
have
from the
any-
shore, but he's still in the water that you're
Yeah,
traversing.
he's like a day and a
Yeah,
half
was
out,
for
ain't
me
he?
to leave Domus there. Mine? Huh.
Domus won't. It'll be like stepping on a Lego. It's fine. It's not like he can actually hurt a tortoise.
If you want to specifically try to avoid water and just kind of like traverse along the coast of the peninsula, then you can probably still make it there in like a long rest.
We definitely want a long rest. It's gonna be a day and a half before he gets here. It's not ideal to be here.
That puts me out for like an entire day, basically.
You don't want to be split from the party for an entire
You'd
day.
be out until it'd be like a good 16 hours total for you to get there and back.
Yeah, not a good idea.
We'll probably catch up.
Say
with you
a
soon.
good. Actually, I'd probably say like a good day, just because of just because of the added time of Domus.
Yeah.
Domus will
If
find
you
his way
just
back.
Wait a little while. We'll be able to come with you.
Yeah. Though we definitely need our long rest.
Domus, guys, I swear to fucking God.
If
Well,
Domus
it's not like
gonna
he'll know
die
about it. He'll sink
because
to the
you're not
bottom
coming
of the
down,
ocean.
you probably wouldn't prevent it anyways. You're
Again-
gonna 1v1 Atlas and Zeus.
You're gonna
I
get to Domus, and then fucking
Being-
the chained oblivion appears again and disintegrates him for no fucking reason, and then just fucks up.
That'd be horrible.
Me with my 22 HP and 0 fucking spell slots, I'd win. I wouldn't let
Oh,
you
I don't know. I
You
think I
can
win.
probably get at least
Nah,
a
I'd win.
short rest. You could probably get at
Yeah,
least
you
a
get
short
a-
rest on the way.
It's not recommended that you
I'd
go
get,
after
like 50
Domus.
HP. Wow.
But then you'd have your spell slots back.
Yeah, they
All
do a
two
lot
of them.
things. Fucking, I can banish both Zeus and Atlas.
Is Atlas even of this world?
Yes.
I mean, he's
All the
in
same
it.
classifications as D&D Titans do.
I think most things are technically of this world in this world.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So it'd be kind of weird if we could banish Atlas.
In fact, it's crazy how little there actually is of not this world.
Yeah, Mind Flayer should
Suspicious.
definitely be out of this world.
Fine, I'll go with for them.
You'd think.
You would think, yes, exactly. You would think. I don't know. Arya doesn't know. Why would she care about freaking squid-faced beings?
Okay. So, I was just looking at Dimitri, just flabbergasted at something I forgot. I didn't even.
It's a beam.
So, you all, at least two of you, some of you are listening in on it passively as you are working on something else. But the two poems, you hear one about the Acadia. The first one is about the Acadia, about the founding of a city, that was built from the ashes of one of their brothers. It is worded as it's worded there. It's a solemn poem it kind of describes several deaths that happen amongst the supposedly amongst the Acadia before eventually they make it to Cerdonia, with the final death being let me just verify the name. Yeah, with the final death being the final death being Zuin of the Acadia, which the rest of Group 3 knows is that person is still alive.
Is that the Lich one or a
Undead.
non-Lich one?
Zuin is a silver dragon, and when you had seen him, he was the youngest of the Acadia, and those that were native to Uruk know that Zuin had kind of just reincarnated from his old corpse. He was one of the oldest of the. He is in fact called Zuin, Father of the Acadia, because he was one of the oldest of the Acadia before he had died. He was almost
That
the
was the
equivalent.
Tiamat's second coming.
Yeah. So Zuin had. So the final death was of Zuin, but then the poem kind of gets a little bit more hopeful, as it's almost like a new start, a new a new story almost for the Acadia. The second one talks almost similarly of what is known of something called the 9 Wave Mothers.
Familiar.
It is not. It is specifically unfamiliar.
Gotcha.
As you have not. As it almost is a poem of curiosity coming across a barren snowfield, and interacting with this whole new. And this poem kind of goes into how of interacting with this whole new world of allies and enemies, and of the dangers and of all the joys that have come from their new time here in Cerdonia. But none of it really sounds very familiar.
Said 9 of them?
The 9 Wave Mothers.
And you said coming across a barren snowfield?
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything in Cerdonia, like, geographically that would fit the description of, like, barren and snowy, like, climate-wise?
I'll say make a history check.
I am here.
Make that check.
I want to. I'm listening. I might as well.
I'll say those that are proficient in history can do so.
Fuck yeah.
I'm not proficient, but I'm in earshot at the very least.
Oh,
Okay, I will say
I rolled a 2.
Unfortunately, Erud, do you not have any more of your Kenku recall?
No.
Oh.
Unless we get a unless we get a rest before, but yeah, no.
Okay, I will say everyone except for Erud. Honestly, Akamero and Arya would probably know more about this, because it's during your upbringing as tieflings, you've had to discern that there are 2 types of almost like subspecies. Hello, Cherry. That there are like 2 subspecies of tieflings. There are demon-born tieflings, those that are from the Forbidden East, and there are devil-born tieflings. And with that, you would have probably learned loosely about the frozen realm of Stygia. It's this small territory at the very top of Beator.
Frozen ring of hell, essentially. One of the 9 rings, essentially.
Let me verify if there's 2 of the major cities of the major capitals of Beator there. It is Khania is like the more classic, like, snowy mountainous region, and then Stygia is a more territory. It's not really a part of Beator. It's this territory of devils that have taken refuge in these massive clusters of ice on the water.
So that's where our mark is, Stygia, and the other place.
Yeah, the ice place is Stygia. It's called specifically the Isles of Stygia, and then the frozen and the more snowy areas is Khania.
Khania and Isles of Stygia would be my guess.
But with 32 to history, as you're like reading the poem, you know loosely about Khania. You've learned a little bit about Khania just from having to learn about Beator and the difference of the tieflings, but this doesn't sound like Khania. Khania sounds very like mountainous and kind of very dangerous territory geographically, just because of how all of its geographical obstructions. This doesn't sound like that.
So not Kanya. They did say plains of snow.
Fields of snow. There is mention of how they seek refuge in a massive mountain a massive mountain that towers into the sky.
Did you hear that? Okay.
It is
Can you
not of
expand
ice.
on
It
the-
is not of ice.
Can you
Oh,
expand on the devil versus demon tiefling distinction?
So there are it's simply there are devil-born tieflings and then there are demon-born tieflings. Morgan would actually know of like a devil-born tiefling that is Tarpeia. They are part of the Sabines, but the demon-born tieflings are like Akamero, Arya, Circe, Dufrabri, or Ruhai. These guys are all born from directly from either from straight demon lords or born of former Arvandorians. You're looking at me weird, Dimitri. I don't know why you're doing that right now.
I don't know if I'm included in this.
You aren't specifically a tiefling, but you are still demon-born.
Okay.
You're just a fire
you
genasi.
fall under it. You're
a demon-born
you're
fire
more
genasi.
enigmatic. You're an enigma as far as genazis are concerned.
But whereas devil-born tieflings are very more like they're like born of the people of Beator. They are natives.
Okay.
And what
The
role
tief-
do devils play in Cerdonia?
So devils are just honestly could be considered just the race of people that live in Beator. Beator is a continent in one of the more central Cerdonia. It is a very more like desert and barren wastelands, with the only exceptions being the small plots of civilization and the seven. Yeah, the 7, 8, 9.
Devils are not
the-
pure blood, are
The
they?
9 sort of capitals, quote unquote, of Beator. There's 9 of them, even though they all are still part of the same kind of. They're all under the same empire. That's like 1, 2,
Demon
3,
and
4,
devil
5, 6,
class. Devils
6,
have pure-blooded
7,
variants.
8, 9. Yeah, there are. Yeah, so I can actually bring you guys over to this map here. This would be just so you have like a visual representation. There are some labeled towns. The city Kindori would not be considered a capital of Beator, but the cities like Maladomini, Avernus, Phlegathos, Malbolge, Dis, Nessus, Khania and Stygia are the ones up top, and then Mineros is over here.
Ew. So no blood war yet.
Oh, there's very much so a active war going on, discourse
Beator?
There's so much chaos going on in Beator.
It's a
I
demon
mean, like,
realm.
specifically
It's
with the
demon. It
demons.
is fully devils. It is all devils, and this is where the people.
What's the difference between devils and demons in this world?
It's pretty much just like the demons are basically undead Arvandorians, undead angelic angels, and the devils
So the
are
file. Yeah.
born are kind of the name the
Older
different
than the
races
demon.
are all considered like the class and like the races that all just live here in Beator.
Okay.
Some of them are quite literally fireborn.
Gotcha.
That is a whole other thing.
So
Involving
which is
Ra.
older?
Involving Ra. Definitely the Arvandorian. Definitely the demons are the oldest.
Okay. Gotcha. So they're more pure-blooded than the devils. Gotcha.
That I didn't say that.
That's an assumption.
In fact, our Vandorians are quite literally not pure-blooded because of how corrupted with dark magic they are.
Demons are things of evil, man. I'm just saying. For the most part.
Anyways, so yeah, that's that little info dump. So those are the 2 poems.
Is
Why
I'm
keep
trying
them?
to see if there's anything special in the Acadian one. Is it just the same story as I was taught when I was there?
There are a few. There are 3 deaths, or including Zuen, there are 4 deaths that are depicted in this poem. One of them you recognize as Nurgle. Nurgle had supposedly died in this battle. He was the first. He is the first one in the story, and it depicts Nurgle as this like champion, like with having this last stand with the great evil that they were fleeing from, supposedly the Tiamat. And he had been reborn mid-fight to continue fighting the Tiamat, even as everyone else tried to flee. The other 2 you don't recognize. Depictions of a ruby dragon and of a copper dragon.
Do they have names?
They probably do.
There's not any names specifically given in this.
What a lousy poem.
You are able to kind of discern. Oh, this is Zuen, this is Nurgle, just from their like descriptions and like from what you've known as from what you've known as someone who has lived in Uruk and has like learned this kind of history because of how like important the Mesoan Empire prefaces knowing about the Tiamat and its impending doom, and how they're here to save you.
Now I understand this is a complete reach. Do I vibe the ruby in my hand?
Oh, that's what you're thinking about.
Yeah.
We're gonna ask it.
You are definitely able. You can.
Feels like a reach to like make the jump here, even knowing.
I think you've in fact at the first interaction you had with Ereshkigal, they hinted at being a part of the Acadia. So saying so putting the pieces together that this ruby dragon in the poem is is the same ruby dragon that exists in your gem is not terribly out of question.
Have you guys ever heard of any ruby dragons? Is that like a common thing?
Would it be?
Not in the Acadia.
No. Not in Cerdonia, at all. Ruby dragons are not a thing.
Okay.
At least not till we rode one.
Not until Ereshkigal.
Not until I rode one today, so.
And I don't know that there was a copper dragon talking to our departed friend. That's not a thing I know about. I guess we don't know who was talking to him.
You did see Viserys turn. You did see Viserys literally turn into a copper dragon.
But
yeah, but copper dragons are like a dime a dozen, you know?
I don't know what the prompting of that was. I don't know that he was talking to somebody.
Yeah.
He just left. Like, he left us. Turned into a dragon. He fought Hades. Hades is still here, and he just flew away.
You actually did not actually ever see where Viserys went.
Well, he sure ain't here.
In fact, him kind of taking Hades away was the last thing anyone ever saw of him.
Yeah,
because I don't think anyone actually saw him fighting on the Colosseum.
Yeah, he's just MIA right now.
I suppose that would be not knowing that Hades is not Hades.
We don't know
I would-
anything about that. but-
I probably around this point, I would have put the dots together, put the fucking notes together, and said, "Where's Viserys? Hey, you, what'd you do with Viserys?"
I was not with Viserys. I was falling from the
No,
sky.
I mean, Hades, the guy who was last seen with Viserys.
Pluto.
Well, we can ask him if he's even around or sleeping.
I think the
Pluto
implication was
is-
that he was going there.
Yeah, Pluto was kind of standing alongside the rest of his group, the rest of the Asphodel Syndicate, who all kind of just like are all collectively surprised that he is alive. Because nobody, because
Yeah. The phylactery worked.
Where's
Roger.
Viserys?
I don't know. I was looking for him for a few
Hades.
seconds.
I'm talking to Hades.
Anthony,
Okay.
he is not talking to you. Pluto looks to you. He still has this like necrotic light in it that fills his eyes as he looks to you, and he says, "The dragon had fought me, but the last I had seen of him, he was defeated by Hera as the Colosseum fell.
Where?
The Colosseum had fallen just. You kind of know where the Colosseum had fell. It was the thing that toppled the entire forge. So he says it is off to the southern side of Ithaca.
I'll drop everything I'm doing and yell to everyone around to help look.
You kind of already looked through there to find the book.
The book, not a
Yeah,
full-fledged dragon. That's
Well, yeah, I
different.
was like looking in structure. I wasn't like looking underneath the fucking foundation.
You were quite
Yeah.
literally looking for a book in a haystack. So
I think
Yeah,
that,
looking
that
for-
the
dragon.
chances of you not noticing Viserys if he was still there is quite grand.
Well, my suspicion
Yeah,
is that
but
he is
how much
a
was
dead
it?
dragon under rubble. You know, this is like a. I was looking through an abandoned set. I was looking through an abandoned, like deteriorating place. Now I'm looking like under rubble.
I'm gonna help you. You don't have the strength for that.
Okay.
Can I send my Raven to do a flyby?
Sure. I'll let
maybe.
either of you can all three of you, since you guys are going, I'll let either one of you make just a collective group investigation with advantage.
I
Okay.
would love to do that exact thing.
Investigation.
Yeah.
I'm thinking I'm decent now.
God damn.
Damn.
Only the dead dragon.
Instead of you finding Viserys, I'll inform you about what you don't find.
Yeah, that's big.
Viserys.
You find Hebe. you certainly find Hebe. He is exactly where you left him. You find all of the in fact, you actually don't find any demons because they would have all faded into smoke.
They had items.
You are also missing a body because there was another person there in the Colosseum and is not there and is not amongst the rubble. And I don't think anyone actually saw this person other than Splint. But Iris is not there.
I'm pretty sure.
Playing favorites, I
Right
see.
there.
Well, look here probably saw them. So regardless, Splint probably could. If nobody actually saw them, Splint could probably just relay this information. Yeah. So Iris is not there amongst the bodies, and you're not sure whether or not this is just because they faded into dust like a demon or they escaped.
Anyone?
Same name as the DM privilege.
Exactly.
Hey.
Do you deny it?
No.
Well, I guess
Oh, the
dragons don't disintegrate when they die. So, where is he?
It's almost like the
So-
person that didn't do anything the entire combat still had no means of escaping.
You know what?
And many spell slots,
And many
one of
spell
which could have
slots.
been disintegrate.
How fucked would that be?
It was actually Iris that just fucking disintegrated Hestia.
I mean,
Yeah,
in a
Iris is secretly
way.
a ninja.
I
Really-
haven't seen
Really
Iris.
going above and beyond getting the disintegrate yourself camera effect.
The Cirrus wouldn't even have access to disintegrate at his level.
The service is
Okay.
gone, guys.
Yeah, he's not here.
So, also welcome, Jerry. Just to recap,
I've been
much
here.
that's happened.
I didn't
is
realize I was
You
muted.
die.
No, you're fine. You're fine. I saw you. I saw when you came in. Just a recap.
Yeah.
We're going through what we're doing over the course of the long rest. The Hecatoncrease is dead, but you had seen this figure of Void Black as he had arrived as the entire kind of castle fell to the ground, and as he disappeared, so too did all of the demons of Ithaca, and also Hestia disintegrated.
They fucking got the lava mommy.
Yeah.
They killed Meg mommy.
Mag mommy. Mag.
I'm mad that you stole that from me, but oh well. You beat me to it.
Okay, I
Elbozo.
wrote Lava Mom first, okay?
I was gonna say Mag Mommy. Okay, that one.
That's all
Christ.
derivative. I'm the
Mama,
original.
but magma.
Good God. All right.
It's Magma Mother, thank you. Be respectful.
And also,
Magma
Junji would not actually be able to find Titus Rascal, nor are you. Do you find this knight in shining armor that has been accompanying you?
He's gone too?
He's gone too. You have for the time being he is not visible to you.
Oh
I
hell
was
no,
gonna
they
say,
put my boy on
At the
benzos.
end of last session, didn't I see, like... I'm trying to remember. Didn't I see Titus, like, attack? And then as soon as the Hecatoncrease started falling, didn't he just, like...
You contribute. Actually, now that I think about it, you wouldn't have been able to be with Rory on the keep because you were helping with the because you were helping take out the cluster of Dionysus's brothel. But regardless, you probably would have been able to be with them regardless. But you kind of did see the same thing that happened before, where it's like you all took care of the obelisk in Dionysus's brothel, and then kind of just didn't see Titus Rascal leave the brothel. Everyone else was able to make it out, was able to escape, but it just didn't seem like Titus was very worried about going down with the ship.
Okay.
But yeah. So you all read your poems. Read the poems that you were given, and have searched for Viserys, and they are nowhere to be seen.
He's gone.
What do you all want to do next?
Oh, fuck.
So who told you Viserys was in the rubble?
Hades did.
He has very poor perception. If that was the case, it'd be easy to find a dragon in this.
I don't think Hades is particularly concerned with Viserys' well-being.
Well, yeah. But he wouldn't just fly off without a reason either. Unless that dragon side messed with his mind.
To be fair, we did see him go feral like several times during the fight.
Only because he turned into a full-on dragon. I never seen anyone turn into a dragon.
We literally watched somebody do that like a week ago.
Dragons aren't normally feral, though. That's interesting.
It's not like I saw what direction he flew in.
I mean, he
I
did
didn't see him fly off at all.
He did hate Hades though, so it's not exactly feral, you know.
Well, here, you're the most observant of us. Did you see Viserys fly off anywhere?
No, I was too busy trying not to die.
I was too busy fighting Ganymede in the sky. Oh, I have his head, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
At least what's left of it. I'm assuming one side of his head is probably locked in, unfortunately, thanks to the fall.
I'm gonna take, at some point I'm gonna take that and clean it up and just have a skull.
Yes, I could do that myself, but if you want to help, be my guest.
We can display it in a common space, but it's absolutely like in a library or like a wizard's alcove.
I'm a warrior. I know how to polish a skull. It's quite easy. Just remove the skin of the muscle. And then it's I.
On a nat 22 investigation, as you all are kind of like beginning to leave the rubble, having unsuccessfully found what you were looking for, your ear kind of perks up at the sound of something like clattering, almost like you hear like a piece of rubble kind of just clattering on metal. But you kind of instinctively turn over to see a pseudo-dragon. A black-scaled pseudo-dragon that kind of looks at you from a perched, like sort of metallic railing that's kind of outstretched from a piece of rubble as it just looks down at you. These red glowing eyes kind of just looking at you, with a little bit of intrigue.
Okay. And bearing no resemblance to any other dragon I've known.
No.
So is a pseudo dragon just essentially a small dragon?
A baby
It's
dragon, yeah.
it's
a
like
tiny dragon.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
tiny.
The pygmy.
It's actually more of a cat that looks like a dragon.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
confusing
Yeah.
about it was
So by that
anatomy.
definition, the little familiar I have is a dragon. Then, if we're going by that definition.
No, your little familiar dragon is a tresum.
A Trezum.
An actual cat with wings.
Iris, please. I
You-
refuse. Let me have this.
I would.
You chose a Trezum
specifically-
over a pseudo
I would,
dragon.
but specifically find familiar can only cast pseudo dragons as like if they're a warlock.
Oh,
Crazy.
damn.
I'll turn to those around me and be
If you
like,
think about it,
John?
it has wings. It acts like a cat.
It's just a cat with wings. What do you want?
It's a different
Well, the
speed
pseudo
one.
dragon does specifically have psychic abilities also.
Yeah, and it speaks Draconic and has a scorpion tail. You know, just the basic
Yeah,
things that
no
pseudo
fun.
dragon needs.
No
Do you
fun.
point out the?
yeah.
Pseudo dragon?
I turn like, what's going on here, guys?
Huh? What do you mean?
I'll
pseudo-
speak Draconic towards it.
Oh, what do you know?
Uh,
What a
you-
creepy-looking
you get-
thing.
It just looks to you with no response.
Do you speak pseudo dragon, or does it understand what you're
It
saying?
speaks Draconic naturally.
Well,
As a
that's-
pseudo dragon.
That was just my slang for Draconic. You speak pseudo dragon is an insult on the language, you know, basic stuff.
It's the common tongue of Uruk or Mesawai. I believe most Mesawai.
No.
Yeah, Mezoi is like the.
It's the entire empire. It's like the common imperial language.
Well, why don't you speak to it then, since you know about it?
You didn't just
Anthony,
see him
Anthony,
speak in a tongue.
Just did.
I mean, just a little bit of paying attention.
The passive perception of the 9 to passive perception is showing.
I like to imagine Arya just saw Rory speak in a language he didn't understand and then said, "You should try speaking Draconic to him."
All I heard were muffled. All I heard was. Wisdom does not equal intelligence, okay? I'm smart, I'm not wise. Jeez.
I'll very cautiously approach with a hand out.
Oh, you're like approaching with like a hand to kind of just like let it.
You almost
Like a
want
punching?
Please.
I don't
No,
think it's
kinda
a
like-
puppy.
palm up like a hello.
Okay. You watch as it you have this your palm out to it. Keep in mind it's like about 10 feet up in the air, so you're kind of like outstretched, but not able to actually like touch it. But it does the work for you as it kind of just like leaps off of the little beam that you were on, that it was on, and kind of just kind of clatters into your hand, just resting on your palm. You have to like, it takes you a second to actually adjust to the weight, but you now have just a tiny black pseudo dragon on your arm, in your hand.
Oh,
It's
cool.
just staring at you.
Who are you?
Why does it stare like that?
He's got a harsh energy. Who are you, bud?
It says nothing.
Do I gotta translate?
Well, I don't think they don't speak normally.
Might as well.
All right. Do you have an owner? Like a parent? This was like a really bad battle scene moments ago. Are you okay?
You don't.
Like, is it scuffed at all or like covered in
No,
dust?
it looks perfectly
Is it-
fine.
Here before?
It can't have been.
I never seen a
Look
suit.
at it. It's pristine. I'll lower my arm down to like a more like chest level, still letting it perch.
It kind of just like, it looks to you like how a bird kind of like side looks at you with a single eye as it just looks to you, and as it does, you see its eyes, the like slit of its eyes open a little bit more past the side of its head as two more eyes kind of just look at you.
Huh?
Oh,
It's a multi-eyed pseudo dragon?
I don't think I've seen a dragon do that before.
I don't think they're supposed to have more than 2 eyes. That's kind of freaky.
Does anyone here have something that can determine if a creature is a demon?
Oh. Like, Arcana check? If it's familiar based, then it's Arcana, but...
I'll let y'all make those checks. I'm gonna begin ritual casting Detect Thoughts.
I'm gonna yell Arcana.
Mm.
Yeah, I don't get anything.
Hold
It's a
on.
weird
Oh,
creature.
never mind. Sorry, Detect Thoughts is not a ritual. That's fully not a
I can also Arcana it, I guess. Or
Well, please do. Unless you want to give me the help
If
action.
Arcana would help me determine if this thing's a demon trying to look like a pseudo dragon.
Exactly, that's what I was wondering. But I
I'll say
don't think
go
a
ahead and
9
make. You'd be able to discern whether or not this is a like find familiar kind of pseudo dragon if you want to.
Okay.
Okay.
Holy crap.
So on back-to-back nat 20s for a
That's 3 natural
34.
20s, my guy. Investigation, Arcana,
You
Arcana.
are-
What the heck?
He has gotten 3
certainly-
natural 20s in a row.
And you wasted them on a non-combat situation.
It was
It's
an
probably
accident. It was
helpful.
a
Lottery
misclick.
ticket.
It was a
No.
missed input.
Let's hope it's helpful.
So you and Erud are both able to discern that this is a magically conjured find familiar. You know that the certain typings of like the familiars where you can change it from like celestial, draconic, fiendish. This does not look fiendish. In fact, it just looks like it was a normally like draconic type pseudo dragon. The weird eye thing you don't actually. The weird eye thing is new to you, but you are able to kind of discern that this isn't a demon of any kind. It is just a pseudo dragon.
Does it fall under the familiars?
Well, I'm kind of like looking around, just absolutely dumbstruck by this. Well,
Say an infernal. We should
it
smash
seems
it.
to like you.
You say, do we smash it?
An infernal. It doesn't speak infernal. It's a
You don't
threat.
know that.
Well, I'll elbow you then and just speak it somewhere else. How about you put the dragon down for a second?
I'm a little bit scared too.
Well, I never seen one with. How many eyes does this thing have?
6.
It now has 4, as you see 3 on one side, 1 on the other.
Oh, interesting.
That's
Hmm.
that is weird. I don't think they're supposed to have 5 eyes.
Look, a lot of weird stuff's happened today, and this is so far neutral. I say we just let it ride.
3 eyes on one side and 1 on the other also is not 5 eyes.
It's a familiar that
Sure.
appeared after 3 of our friends got disintegrated.
That is true, and technically you could cast Disintegrate through a familiar given the right circumstances.
Look,
No.
I'm gonna spitball this theory
There's
here,
a
and
way.
if somebody has some way to discredit it, feel free.
Well, talk to the thing, and if it talks back in Draconic,
It
which is
clearly hasn't. It's clearly not going to. Here's my
then we
theory.
should get rid of it.
No.
Here's my theory. We watched Viserys grow into a big dragon and lose his goddamn mind.
Yeah.
Now I'm looking at a little dragon that is not talking to us, but it's clearly intent on me for something.
You don't think that's Viserys?
I don't know.
It's a
In-
different type.
Breed of a dragon.
Like,
It's black with
it
red.
Little different.
But like, I don't know what to make of this. I don't think it's quite time to just make distance. I don't know if it might follow us if we try to get rid of it, but like,
Well, how about you put it down and we'll sidebar chat. Let it stay on the rocks.
I haven't had a bad experience with the dragon yet.
No, sure.
You-
No,
I'll-
but
I'll-
you see, this isn't a dragon. It's a familiar. It's not like a wild animal.
But whose familiar is it?
It's a
That's my
dragon wild
thing.
animal.
And it's not telling us who's it serves, which is
We
concerning.
I
do
mean-
know a couple things. There is a demon missing from these bodies.
Not that there's really any demon bodies to salvage if they're purebloods.
Or the
Can I ritual cast identify on it?
Sure. What exactly are? Can you put identify? I keep forgetting the description of identify. But yeah, if you want to go ahead and put the.
No. Does that want to? There we go. Yeah. I guess it's object. I don't know if that's.
I've seen people cast
Also,
identify.
do
on
you want to spend 100 gold on this? I know you certainly can, but
Oh, I don't
It
know.
doesn't
I-
expend
I-
it. It doesn't
Yeah.
expend it. It's you just have to have
Okay.
it.
So I imagine your like magic orb that you've been using all the time. But I don't think this would be.
I wonder
This
what
isn't-
spells
this
are
wouldn't be
affecting it. Which
If
is
it
kind
is, if it is a magic item or some other magic imbued object, you learn its properties and how to use them. I would say you wouldn't be able to learn if you have detect magic. That would work more, and in just straight up confirming that it is a find familiar spell.
I'll
That's
do that
about
instead
it.
then.
But that's about it. You learn that it is a conjuration. That it is of conjuration magic, which means which allows you to fully confirm this time that it is a familiar.
I mean, if it is a familiar, the person it belongs to, if they're connected, it has to be like close.
Watching.
No, they have to be close.
in
Otherwise,
order
they
to
can't
watch, right?
interact with it.
Well, I mean, yeah, but it's from my understanding, these creatures are intelligent enough. It doesn't have to. It can report back later.
I mean, yeah, but
I mean,
Depending on
it's not hurting us. Let's not divulge any important secrets in front of it. But I don't see any harm in letting it stay for now.
I think there is harm. Some people can scry through those things.
Yeah, but let's not
You do it-
show or
so-
say anything.
some people can scry without those things.
So
Yeah.
you see like the sort of pink coloration that forms like an aura around it. But then you look, but as you're like observing, I'll say with the nat 20 to Arcana, this will still imply, you kind of get a glimpse of the other sets of eyes that have opened up, and there is this blue magic that surrounds this light blue coloration of divination.
Uh-oh. Scrying is divine in nature.
Do you think I could bring out my Chessum and do a perception check with it to see if anybody's around?
If you want to take your
Interesting.
Tresem and like do a scout around, then yeah, you can use that. Go ahead and make an investigation check.
Okay.
So one eyes is pink, the other is blue. Blue magic divination. Brian,
Oh,
On a 17, this city is a barren wasteland. If anything, you are able to find what little stragglers are within the marketplace. Those that are not native to Ithaca or Ilios, who had set up this sort of trade market, and had not been kicked out by the city before the ensuing hecatoncries. There are very few that are still alive. Many had died in the ensuing conflict, but there are still a few, but none that seem to have any sort of way of casting Find Familiar.
Okay.
Huh.
Would I recognize any of the magic as like reminiscent of anybody we've seen before, or even a
I
kind?
don't say that. I'm gonna say no. Like no check required, just because. Not only like does this not look like any like specific person's magic being used, it's also very hard to be able to discern the maker between the different familiars. Like aside from everyone's like favorite animal that they keep making familiars about like if it was a peacock or like in fact Viserys had seen different a whole wide variety of different animals that were spread out across the city. And those were easily able to be discerned as familiars of the other Olympians watching in on the conflict, but this doesn't look like any of the anything familiar to you in terms of like who made it.
It's not Olympian then.
This doesn't track as anything that we would know to be afraid of. Maybe this is a demon's familiar. Just as likely it's not. I say we play it safe and we don't do anything in front of this pseudo dragon, but I don't see any reason to be hostile towards it.
I can agree with that.
Yeah, all right.
I'm sorry.
With that, I'll very gently try to
It kind
suggest
of
it.
instinctively like leaves your hand and kind of just runs along the side of your along your shoulder and kind of just nests itself on your left shoulder. As you like watch it kind of nest there, you see two more eyes pop up on the other side that didn't have them before.
What is wrong with this creature?
Okay.
It's strange, but like it is friendly.
It's
How
friendly,
many
but
eyes does it
that
have?
doesn't change the nature of it.
What's its nature? What's its nature,
How
Arya?
many?
It's a familiar for starters, and it's completely unknown who's behind it, which makes it a threat.
Cherry, what's up?
How many eyes does it have?
It now has 6. 3 sets, three eyes on either side.
Yeah, it's not normal.
This is maybe me being tired at 1:30 a.m. But how many pillars did we destroy?
You destroyed 9.
Okay, never mind. I was thinking each eye would be for like an Olympian.
You'd be 3 short.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
There's not another pair of eyes on its body. That would be kind of
Not
creepy.
yet.
I mean, I think we have to get.
And I mean,
Nero
well,
behind it.
2 of those are dead. 1 of those is here with us right now.
That leaves 6.
I think that's a
But only 4 of the eyes were divination, so I still think that's a reach.
It also
Yeah,
seems to be connected to its vision towards Akamaro.
It is.
It does look about at everybody that like tries to like interact with it, but it mostly just keeps itself to Akamaro.
I could be wrong, but it felt like every time its eyes opened up, it was in reference towards where Akamaro was to it.
Which means it's intrigued by you.
I would say it's a good guess that whoever whoever commands this familiar is assigned me as its target.
Can we vibe check the dragon?
I think
I
that
mean, we
was
can
what the
vibe check
Arcana
it.
I think
was.
we've vibe checked this dragon 100 times already.
I mean, like more of like an insight check. You know, see.
Its intent. I mean,
I think its intent is to be near Akamura.
Yeah,
probably.
it's pretty cut and dry.
Is
for
there
the moment.
anyone of draconic origins that you know about who might be interested in you?
I mean,
It
The
sounds
only-
like you're in a popcorn microwave, Iris.
Huh? Oh, I'm doing something else. I'm typing on my laptop. 1 second.
It is very loud.
why is it made of popcorn?
It does sound like someone seeking a bag of chips. I'm not gonna lie.
Somebody start rotating.
I'm already doing that.
Okay.
Oh,
I
So-
don't think there's anyone of draconic nature particularly interested in Akamaro.
the only dragon I've known, maybe ever.
Saros. Literally,
I wasn't a
Saros is the
dragon
only
until recently. I progressed with my ruby. This is the only dragon I've met up until Viserys turned,
Yeah, that
and
too.
our brief vision of the. Do we know?
Oh
do we know
yeah,
what it came out?
that.
I don't know if we
yeah, that
actually had a name for that.
For
Yeah,
what?
that vision sucks. The
Our
Tiamat
vision
literally-
of the Tiamat. Do we know that's the Tiamat, or was that just an unknown dragon?
that literally ate us in
Uh,
the vision way back when.
I don't think. we
Oh
know
yeah,
that's
that was that. Cirilla had confirmed with you that that was a vision of the first encounter of an encounter between the Chained Oblivion and the Tiamat. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, we saw the same
Yeah.
the same vision.
Yeah. We were sharing that. That was not a fun vision.
Yeah.
I
So
I
I-
suppose what are they called? I can't remember their names. The people that helped us, the Wyvern Riders, they work for the Tiamat. They might have left us here.
Is it one that
I
theirs?
think they're still nearby, right?
They should be.
The
I think they all died.
Did the writers all die?
The Xerixians.
I think
The
two
Xerixian-
riders
there
survived.
There are 2 Xerixians still alive. Yes.
Ask
I'll
them.
ask them.
Right.
Although I don't know how if they'll be willing to tell the truth.
Do they speak giant, or what languages do they speak?
They
speak
spoke
common,
At least the one
giants.
we talked to did.
They do speak Draconic.
Yeah, I don't speak that. Can
I
one of you translate?
guess I can talk to him. Yeah.
Thank you.
You are able to find the 2 Githyanki. These guys look like just normal foot soldiers, so they it looks like the Sarth had died in from that Hecatoncres. But these 2 are kind of corralling the remaining shadow dragons alongside the fire giants.
They just mean the familiars don't die when the person who conjured them die, right? The contract's broken and they just become whatever entity they are.
No, they do die. They
Oh god.
Hi. I never really got your guys' names.
Oh, greetings. I I don't have names.
Oh,
Classic struggle. The classic struggle.
you know, I should have thought about that.
I am.
Footman
Goes
one,
up to
footman
minor
two.
NPCs, ask them their name the first thing.
I
Yeah.
am. I am Zol, and this is Marxus.
Stolen Moxes.
It's good to meet you guys. Thank you for the help. I'm sorry about the collateral and the people.
It is of not in not. It is a mournful day, but it is one of great victory. So we, in the name of the Tiamat.
And yeah. Speaking of, did you happen to know about this? I kind of gesture towards the pseudo dragon.
They kind of look to it and
You
they just
guys-
like, no. I mean, we have we use pseudo dragons. Back in the Empire, they're like our forms of like messengers, but this is not of our kind. We would not. We do not bring any of our pseudo dragons along with us.
Okay. Well, I guess I'll get an insight check in just in case.
Yeah, sure.
He's racist.
On a 15, they seem honest. They seem confused about about the nature of the pseudo dragon. They're just like, why you just bring this random guy over to me? But
They seem like the best option.
They're like, why'd you give me an owl? Like, I don't. This is not mine.
You give me an owl.
We pointed at it. We didn't give him.
The Zorixian Empire apparently uses them like owls, just like messengers when they can't use magic. So this does not really. This just seems confusing. They just look to you and they're just like, if it is of our kind, it would have some sort of message to give you.
See,
Well, this one certainly doesn't seem very talkative, so
what's going
And
on?
I guess it does not. It is. I guess it is not ours.
well, thank you for that. I suppose I'm a little curious. What sent you guys this way? Was it our friend?
Oh, it was yes. Oh well, he's dead now. But we we're sending word heralding the Tiamat's arrival. And he's like worriedly looks up at the fucking towering fire giants crossing their arms there above them, and they're just like, we were easily disposed of, but we had another person from a different party had apparently given us word of an ensuing attack of demons, and we were swayed into potentially aiding in this fight because, well, we want to make it easier for the Tiamat to destroy the planet.
I mean, fantastic.
Me sitting here with just a little bit of a smile, not knowing what the fuck's going on.
All I caught was Tiamat in that conversation. All I heard was blah 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 blah. Tiamat.
It's like, I know the Tiamat. I know.
Exactly. Rada. Tiamat.
You wouldn't. Speaking through Draconic, then the Tiamat in Draconic would probably just be the Dragon Queen is like the actual like word for word translation of that, or the Firstborn would be the proper like word for word how they speak about the Tiamat.
Yeah, I gotcha. But it'd come out as Tiamat, so everyone.
You kind of get the understanding that it is Tiamat, but Tiamat is so they don't. It's kind of like where there's an English word, but in a different language, it's just two words combined.
Yeah.
It's kind of like that, where it's just like instead of saying the Tiamat, they say the Firstborn.
Okay. I do. If you guys are willing to help with these demons, to make it easier for the Tiamat, if we had more information for you about where these people were going, would you be willing to put soldiers in that direction?
We would certainly be. I mean, Moxus and I are just two, but I mean, there are other parties heralding the Firstborn, but if it is anything like the dangers that we had faced in the sailing city, then no, then there probably aren't many heralds left.
I see. I'm sorry for that.
It is all right. We mostly are meant to just be scouts and not meant to be direct combats.
That's fair.
Yeah, that's true.
And
I
do
didn't
you
even see
report
Cherry's sweatshirt. I
directly?
don't know what you're talking about.
Do
Anyways.
you report directly to the Tiamat at any point?
No, we do not. We don't really have any sort of communication with the Tiamat. We are able to make our travel a lot faster than the Firstborn herself, but so we are able to get here far faster than she, but we do not have any sort of communication with her.
Though you say you are scouts, who do you report to then?
We report our findings upon her arrival.
I see.
We are meant to. We were meant to find. We were meant to scout and then make our way to the moon of Jackie, and then to report our findings before she descends upon the Cerdonia.
Oh, that's lovely.
The little forced smile that they have to do every single time. They're like, yeah, we're gonna show you a planet.
They are very much so like, yeah, this is they're still, you can tell they are still totally for the complete destruction of the of this planet. Like, they still fully believe in in what the Tiamat has to do or is going to do. So but they can tell that this is like a little worrisome to be speaking about it to certain people, especially natives of Cerdonia.
Yeah.
I should point out that it is only the destruction of the planet she seeks. If other people other than the Chained Oblivion want to escape Cerdonia before the time arrives, that is always an option.
I mean, that's very nice of you to say. I don't know how we would be able to do that. But, you know...
Oh, do you not have... Oh, there's no interplanetary travel here, is there? Marxus just goes, I don't think so. I haven't seen any. I've seen a lot of flying ships, and they were like...
I knew taking a
like
spell create Spelljammer helmet would...
Do they have Spelljammer helms?
I told you you should have taken free Spelljammer helm.
I thought this was the place of angels and gods, and they were like, and Marxus just goes, it was.
Hold up.
Yes.
Angels and gods?
Oh yes. The Arvandorians.
Oh, yeah. We're kind of.
Is that a cognate? Do I recognize that word?
I could. Yeah. I suppose I could message this to you as it's happening, huh?
That would be very convenient. This is my first time getting their deal on see that they're fucking trying to kill us.
And you
My
can message
psychic
me
whispers
about
would
it.
still be up, just letting you know.
You should totally message me about it, Chimera.
So I'm just like, way off the planet, please.
I mean, from what I have been told, from what we have been, from the knowledge that we have been blessed with by the Firstborn, this planet was home to gods and angels and deity and great angelic beings that were meant to destroy the Chained Oblivion, but had all fallen to ruin upon at the end of the great battle of the Calamity.
Yes, indeed most have, but they left behind certain objects that the Chained Oblivion seems to fear.
Oh, so you do have spelljammers?
No,
No.
That's a paper
Do you even know what a spelljammer is?
Like a spelljammer helm.
If they don't exist,
they do exist.
Okay, but like, do they exist on our planet? Do we know what those are?
Did anyone do any scholarly mind palace shit for Muspelheim?
I don't
know. You did.
Hold on, double check that because I did change mine around a lot. That may not be. the end goal.
It,
Whatever.
it feels like I
Thomas
clearly don't know much about Muspelheim. I'll also realize. So I think you
Yeah.
did take away Muspelheim after.
Yep, that's exactly what happened.
Um,
Yep. If you want to give it to me, I'll take a free one.
I mean, it's not too big of it. Muspelheim is the sailing city, and it is the innovative realm. It is the innovative spawn of. They're not specifically called Spelljammer helms, but they weirdly seem to be the only place that has been able to successfully produce Spelljammer helms and manufacture several aircrafts that are seen throughout Cerdonia.
Need to look at the map again to see if there's significance to that.
Well, it's not like they're affixed to one place for sailing.
Yeah, I don't think.
Even if they are on the map, they just.
Okay.
That's like putting a Leviathan on the map and saying, "Oh, it's in that area," when that sucker probably moved a while ago.
I put Charybdis on the map.
Yeah, they put a Charybdis on like the east side of the map, knowing full well it's going to end up at the west or south eventually. Like, yeah, it's a moving creature. Not going to stay in one place. The Leviathan on the paper isn't going to stay there.
It's an old-timey theme map. They draw
It's a
on the
calligraphy
map. It
issue.
doesn't matter if it's accurate.
There is news of the sailing city having contributing to whatever's going on in Beator. So you could guess that's where Muspelheim is, and that's where all of these people came from. But yeah, they seem to be the main manufacturers of Spelljammer helms. So they're kind of just like, oh, you have Spelljammer helms. That's great. Then you can get off the planet.
No, we
Before
don't
the time is
do
right.
one to the planet.
So
Can we buy one
So Tiamat
so
is
we can
basically-
evacuate people?
Tiamat is destroy the planet, not all life on the planet. Huh, how nice. We just need to...
One.
It just spares about
only
one
person
life.
The only person that can leave is the Chained Oblivion.
That's
Oh, the
very
only...
nice.
I feel like that's a thing they changed.
What is the Tiamat's position regarding the Chained Oblivion?
Kill.
Oh, they despised
Kill.
the Chained Oblivion. They thought the Chained Oblivion was thought to be dead for 3 eons, and then upon the news of the Tiamat, upon the news that the Firstborn had received of the Chained Oblivion being very alive, they were informed and then declared the destruction of Cerdonia.
So they got pardoned, essentially.
It was not to the best. It was not very agreeable amongst many people, including her own children. Most of her children. Not most, but a select number of her children.
So I've heard.
Nervously keeping.
So does the Tiamat go around like destroying planets?
No, it's
that
more
like
of just like
thing?
No, it's the Empire embraces planets into the Empire, and helps them innovate to excel into the and be a part of the Zorixian Empire, but she only does so to planets that either seek war on her or when a deity of legend becomes alive again, I guess.
How did she find out about the Chained Oblivion?
Oh, word travels around the astral sea very, very fast. There were many scouts that the Tiamat had sort of wished to leave Cerdonia to be after the destruction of the Chained Oblivion, and so had built her empire elsewhere. But as her empire expanded, several scouts and people were being sent out to investigate planets to be enveloped in an empire, and eventually word came to her about this planet, and she was eventually informed that there was a demon populace.
Uh-huh.
Very lovely.
I think she also received some sort of divine, something. I don't know.
Revelation.
She didn't see. She
Some
initially
sort of-
did. I personally didn't witness any of this. This is too much information that I should know. But the Tiamat had the Tiamat was initially sort of waved off the demons that populated Cerdonia, but it was not. But she weirdly changed her mind only a couple days later.
So indecisive.
Intriguing.
How much would it be to get a Spelljammer helm?
Hey,
Get a ride.
question. Just
take
real
us
quick.
Worst comes to worst, I want to be able to get
Do you
people off this
know?
rock.
I assume you haven't been on the planet very long. Do you know of the story of Ragnarok?
What?
It's a sort of prophecy thing talking about, you know, the Unchained Oblivion, the thing that Tiamat is trying to destroy. The problem is, in it, part of it being released is, I mean, what essentially would be the Tiamat coming a third time.
Yeah.
Huh. I'm.
Do you think maybe it's a little weird that
we haven't been knowledgeable of the Tiamat being a part of any prophecy? If anything, the prophecy that we have all been taught has already been fulfilled. It was the initial demise of the Tiamat. Or not the Tiamat, the initial demise of the Chained Oblivion.
So, what I'm hearing from you is, the Tiamat heard about the dark forces and demonkind that are here.
Mm-hmm.
Decided not her problem for whatever reason. A few days later, suddenly changed her mind because of some sort of divine revelation.
Well, I'm not sure if it was any sort of divine revelation, but it was definitely a divine decree from the firstborn herself.
Well, I don't know if it was necessarily divine in nature,
What?
because
what do you
it
mean?
sounds like she's being played.
I'm not quite sure what you mean.
I think her coming is what's going to cause the apocalypse.
Well,
No,
you have
not
your
just for us.
apocalypse. You have your apocalypse, yeah.
No. For releasing this oblivion.
Could it be possible that the world itself is a prison, the chains of this chained oblivion, and by destroying this world, it serves to unchain the oblivion?
They take a long stare down at the ground. They're just like, as they're trying to process what that means, and they're just like, But I mean, if the Chained Oblivion gets released upon the destruction of the planet, then the Firstborn will just defeat the Chained Oblivion again.
Because that really worked the first time.
Yes! Yes, it did!
And did the Chained Oblivion have an army of other followers before?
Perhaps a bunch of fallen angels?
They're just like thinking about it hard as they're just like,
Like the
can
big
see why
thing
they're
that we
no
had to
soldiers.
destroy just a minute ago?
Like a
well, if the planet is destroyed, then all of her followers are going to be destroyed with it.
Not if we have spelljammers.
You're gonna have them target Muspelheim.
Well, then it's good you don't have spelljammers.
It
shouldn't have
sounds
talked
like
about
we
the
have
spelljammers.
spelljammers.
I like to imagine one of the fire giants is just like, oh,
Do
yeah,
the demons have spelljammers? You don't sell like the fire. He looks up to the fire giant. Is like, you don't happen to sell to demons, do you? And the fire giant just gives like a slow nod, like slow shake, side to just like of a no.
Well, we do happen to know that the demons can pose as others. In fact, a set of demons convinced 2 entire countries that they weren't that.
The entire
Oh.
world, really.
That sucks.
Technically, yeah, entire world.
Well,
It cannot be ruled out that they do possess Spelljammer helmets.
but also this time the firstborn has the Zardixian Empire, so I think that counts. Then does the
Yeah, it could. But you guys already tried fighting a couple of them, and you're all that's left.
Well, we're scouts. They have actual dragons.
It's good.
The Empire is full of dragons.
Mm-hmm.
She is literally the firstborn dragon.
And that's really cool.
Yeah, agreed.
Aw.
Yes, it is. It actually is really
Doing
cool.
their best.
It's pretty interesting.
And
I switched
Morgan
over to
was singing
comment.
on the-
Guys,
in the
we gotta
background.
figure this
She's
shit out.
Spelljamming.
Your comment is draconic, so they're just like, what do you mean? I don't know what you
Oh fuck! Wait, is that how that works?
Yeah.
I feel like the
said it
use of
so
the
many
word common.
times.
Okay.
The use of the word
Do
common
we
here is
speak
really
the
not
same
helpful.
language then?
No.
No.
Because I only speak Draconic, Primordial, and now Celestial.
fucking Aaron has just been translating
Have a
the whole
common
time.
language. Hold on. Let me double check if I have a common language.
Can we talk to each other right now?
Probably not.
Nope, I got this
I have made
infernal.
this so needlessly complicated because it was
Including
so
common, the thing that exists was a mistake.
The only actual common that is common is what the Aeonies have. Ithaca's
not-
common is giant.
That's not common across everybody. They don't.
Yeah,
Group 3 does not speak that common. Most
I know. Aeonies is the only one that actually legitimately uses common as common.
That's giant. Giant is our common, but it's not actually
Yeah.
like universal.
Okay,
It's a canon.
Draconic is our common.
Common is
It's
not a
a
language
canon.
that exists.
We have the default language, guys. We have it.
Giant is Ithaca.
American error strikes
Hold
again.
on. Okay, no. So the Aeonies speak Marquesian.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a new language.
Critical Role.
Their common is Marquesian.
Marquesian, yeah.
Well, that ain't Draconic, Primordial, or Celestial,
I
so...
don't have this language, but I.
Man, I really got one common language and then 2 near-dead ones.
Marquesian.
Does anyone speak Gnomish? Is that a thing people speak? Because I will trade that out for Giant if that wouldn't
There
make
is a Gnomish there is a Gnomish like territory in Zov called the Golden Hills.
Just Doom.
No,
Morgan
Doom is
can
not.
talk to everyone,
Doom
but
is
she
surprisingly
fights
not
it
a part of
like
that.
Superiority, man.
Doom speaks
I
Undercommon.
mean, in terms of people we want to talk to, Doom is the only one who might know Gnomish.
Doom actually does not know Gnomish. He knows Undercommon, and that is the only language he knows.
Okay, then yeah, kill Gnomish from your roster.
Wow. Well,
It's probably
there goes
the
my
best.
plans to go to
So
the
how
Golden
have
Hills.
we been talking this whole time?
Do I have like?
We can
Talking-
pretend I had
I have-
Giant because I
I've-
have both Common and Draconic on
I've-
my list. So I'll
I guess I can ritual cast comprehend languages, and
it
then
would also make sense for me to have learned the language of like one of the nearest countries to the place I live.
yeah.
How do you even spell Marquesian? Jeez.
It is Marquesian.
That one
Okay.
I also know.
Freaking. Marquesian is Rome. Okay.
You know that you get here before the Tiamat. Just out of curiosity, how much longer till the Tiamat gets here?
They kind of just like zone out and then look at each other and they're just like, you will know because her arrival is heralded by severe weather storms and a lot of other geographical and natural phenomenons.
Fucking stooges.
Yeah, that's also like 90% of the other things that we have to deal with. So
yeah,
So you won't know. You won't see it coming.
Like,
that's awesome. That's great.
That sounds like 2 to 3 business years. So highly unlikely. That's what it sounds like to me. They can't even put a timestamp.
We will, for now,
on it.
make our way to Jackie, and then we will await her arrival. But we're not really pressed for time.
Is there more here?
thank you so much for your time.
Of course. It was our pleasure.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
That conversation was... That was an unhelpful conversation.
No, we learned things. We sure learned things.
I think I learned I had brain rot, that's for sure.
I learned
Anyways,
we need a spelljammer.
We're gonna take our leave up to Jackie right now, if that...
Yeah, that works. You're all good. Thank you.
Do we really want them to leave,
It was
though?
a pleasure. Okay. And
What
then
are they gonna do? They don't do
get
shit.
onto their... They get onto their shadow wyverns, and as they kind of like hoist the reins, they're like, yeah! You see the massive long swords of the fire giants come slamming down onto both of them.
Valid. Good.
They pull their long swords back as they just look to you all as we were given orders from the High Three then to assassinate them upon their departure. As
valid. I just clap. Valid.
Yeah, I truly.
Yeah, that's probably the best.
Infernal? They speak Infernal?
They speak
giant. They're giants.
They
Oh,
don't speak giant. They speak infernal.
Yeah.
That's bull crap.
I'll say it in
I also
Infernal.
know
Thank you. Thank you so
The
much.
non-giant speaking giants.
I think Akamero is not the most intuitive, but I think just not even speaking the language, just looking at their faces, hearing the tone in which they speak, knew they were saying nothing of value.
I mean, you were getting a message translated what they were saying. I was out of it.
They just give you a nod as they like hold their ear up as they kind of you see like they're adorned in these like beautiful looking piercings along their ears, but one of them is this little ornate earring that you immediately recognize as almost like a sending earring as they begin to as they look at they say, Kosher Renum, we are done here. And they turn and walk away.
So they're only here for the assassination. No, we don't even have an army to face Atlas at this point.
If we
should just sleep here and leave.
Why are we still here?
I don't even think it's safe to be
We
here.
were looking for Viserys, and that was important. We found
he's not even here.
this thing.
Which isn't connected to
You watch them
Tiamat.
all badassly walk over to the river, and as they do, you watch their entire forms just engulfed in flames, and they disappear.
Man,
I'm not going to be able to probably ever in my lifetime, assuming I do live long enough. I want to know what their deal is.
hey, we're Argentinian. We probably live 150 years now, so that was better than our current life expectancy. Tieflings living only a century.
I'm giving Erud about like 6 more years of life max before he croaks of old age.
Hey,
the two Githyanki and their respective Shadow Wyverns all die, but you just watch the other 3 Shadow Wyverns kind of disperse and begin to fly up into the air and disappear.
No!
I'm firebolting one of their asses.
I don't think we want to fight those things.
You just
I'll
hit
throw
one
my
and then-
hammer.
and it just like staggers a bit but flies away.
Frick! No, our free mounts. Dang it! They're free.
They were going to be very cooperative.
Do we
You
even
coulda
have
made 'em
anyone who can do
cooperative.
animal handling?
Look, we have so much going on. Okay. If you all don't mind,
Where's
I know we're
Cirilla
all
at?
fucking dragged right now. I feel it is appropriate we put together a small grave of some kind and get the fuck out of here.
I mean, why bother with a grave? I don't want to be one with the earth. I'd rather be ash with the earth.
I thought you said small rave and then get the fuck out of here. Like we were going down
Just
a
a
fucking
small
parade.
rave.
That would be better than a grave, honestly.
A little
Never mind
bit
if
easier.
he's
Are we
murdered.
supposed to send him down the river while we play fucking...
They're already sent down the river. What are you
They're
talking
going to-
about?
Look,
Everyone that was dead is
don't know
already
where-
in the river.
I don't know where Viserys is, but I know he would want some memorial for Ithaca.
Why bother? They're all in the river already.
For Viserys.
I suppose.
We also should probably retrieve Violette's body and return her to her family.
Violette's dead?
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah, she died.
In character.
Wasn't
Violette's dead?
Power with
Yeah, she died.
I don't think I saw her fall with me, so
I'm
yeah.
gonna be honest, I think we knew her for like a week, and during that time she was blackout drunk the whole time. So
Yeah,
I want to clarify,
just-
Rory. You knew Violette because she was related to
Oh,
Yasrina,
I knew
like
of
cousins.
her.
So
and the first time I like actually had a conversation with her, she was like, "Yeah, fuck Yasrina," and Yasrina literally just died.
Yeah, I know I just talked about like
Gosh.
a memorial for the dead, but she was drunk for the most important fight of our lives. Or at least my life, I can't be real.
I mean,
Don't worry, she
if
was
you think
fighting
about
for
it,
the
probably
Caesar
think
fellows
she's still
too.
alive.
Was she ever not
Yeah.
drunk?
It's surprising she lasted this long.
Dang.
Do you think she even has realized that she's
Stop,
dead?
she's already dead.
I don't want to I don't want to do this, but like I don't have I either have to say nothing or say this.
We could just take a moment of silence. I don't have words for the fallen warriors.
I'm
They-
gonna go find some rubble that will congeal together nicely to form some sort of headstone. If anyone wants to say a few words, I feel it's appropriate.
I have almost no connection to this place, so I will probably abstain.
That's fair.
I can only say words for the warriors. I can't honestly say proper words for the civilians. It's
All
a
of the
tragedy.
civilians died in combat.
That
So I
is
guess-
They
technically
were
true.
all fighting and mashing and trying to kill us. They did. All the civilians collectively killed
By
me.
definition.
Like collectively, they killed me.
That doesn't make them a warrior. Half of them would have been feral animals at that point. Hecatompri was no better than an
I don't
animal.
need to convince you of this. I made my argument. You didn't believe it.
I mean, I can
I'll
see
come
it.
with
Morgan
you.
is gonna get flowers, like both for herself and on Viserys's behalf, because I think he would make a memorial as well.
Yeah.
I might as well help.
Because this
Well,
was both mine and Viserys's city, so
They're war. I guess they did die warriors. Whatever.
Speaking of which, is there a library around here? I do have
Was a library.
So
There was a
No.
library.
No.
particular interest
even
in
before
preserving-
the city was set to ruin, there was not much knowledge kept here.
Here,
I am.
take his
Lock and
book
key.
for now. Well, we can share information later. Just hold on to it.
If there was anything of value to learn, it was under lock and key. So
less preserving things of value, more acquiring more books for a library project back home.
Oh, you're going to love Ampharina.
no, fertile literacy. They knew how to read and write. They didn't bother keeping anything but personal diaries for their family. They didn't really, catalog stuff unless they made the history books.
but if there are no bookshops, where would you get books to learn to read?
Well, it's not shops, but like there are books.
Both for soldiers and
Ooh.
diplomats, they'd have to learn how to read. At least the diplomats would. Otherwise,
but
for
the
soldiers,
diplomats
it's
are
not
like
really
a very
important.
small percentage of the population.
For like a casual citizen, I mean, unless you're writing a tax payoff, I don't know, probably very low.
There's some military schools and like I'm sure there's a kindergarten.
Yeah, you
For,
know,
like, rich
everyone's
people,
probably
the vast majority of people probably ain't got that kind of money.
True.
they didn't need the money to learn crap. I mean, it's a warrior nation after all.
Illiteracy is like 3rd grade.
And at least Annie's has a better literacy rate.
I don't
Harsh,
know
but
how true
true.
that is.
Literally now cannot be
Hey.
contested.
Yeah, it can't be. If anything, Annie's might just step in and just take the land and redo it themselves now.
Well, hold on.
Or
I will
technically,
say,
I'm the last.
yeah,
I'm the last person other than Viserys who
who also could
possibly
read.
is dead.
I
Actually,
can read,
no.
and the
Ilias
baby.
has a 100% literacy rate
The
now
baby
because
can
I
read?
can read.
You
The
can't
baby.
read.
The baby brings it down. It's
I've done that.
50-50.
If Eru does have to take care of this baby, it will 100% learn how to read before it's fucking 2 years old.
Very good.
Now, so currently the literacy rate is either 50% or 66%, and we don't know which.
Yeah, that's a bit stumping and concerning. So
This is a big tangent.
yeah.
It is.
All right.
Real talk though, Morgan is now gonna go find Cirilla and just be like,
Yeah.
we need
What's our
to
next
get
plan?
everybody out of here as fast as possible. Is there any way you can rewire this teleportation thing to get people to safety? Because
There are-
we have Atlas incoming.
And
Instead of
Zeus.
getting people out, why not get people in? Like that was the plan, no?
That
Like,
was the
the
plan.
Yeah,
internet
but there's loads of like there's like, well, not loads, but
Defend,
there's like
man.
civilians here as well.
There's a few, but they're
Morgan,
foreigners.
you're going over to Sorella right now to speak to her. Okay.
Yeah.
You go over to find Cirilla. She is outside the city, kind of beginning to disperse her and Harryar and her Thunderjaws all across the city walls as they begin to kind of form this sort of security around the city as you approach her. As you approach her, she kind of like as she's like simultaneously like directing and Harryar over, she has this sort of projection that is illuminating from her sort of wrist cuff that you've seen her like command in Harryar with, and this projection is of a figure familiar to you. Let me verify the name of this person. It is one of the members of the Cerdonia court.
Oh.
As she is. Let me verify. So much scrolling.
Corellin's sister?
Hmm?
We shot in the park? Corellin's sister?
No.
Okay.
This is. This is Vandria. This is Vandria Gilmadriff. Let me put this in. Here.
Oh, that one. Yeah.
This is Vandria
Oh, the cool
Gilmadriff.
lady.
She is in charge of most of a sect of the military, and of Ithaca. It somewhat looks like that. It's more of like It's more of like an outline made of arcane, made of this like pink arcane that kind of makes a silhouette of her figure. As Cirilla is speaking to her, as she says, we had suffered minimal, near zero Nahuatl casualties. Unfortunately, the entire city is quite in ruin, so I do not believe the Cerdonia court would find use in encampment here. I've also, there are other options if you still wish to make a stake here, as the entire Ilios population is now vacated, to say the least. As Vandria kind of looks and she says, "Thank you, Sorella. I will report your findings to the court, and you will be informed as soon as we make a decision." Sorella says, "What time would that be? Because we cannot stay here for much longer. There are quite a few other Olympians that exist in Cerdonia, and there's quite a possibility they won't keep their kingdom vacated for very long." She says, "I will call an emergency meeting and you will be informed within the next few hours." Sorella kind of just like gives like a solemn, just like, "Very, very well. Thank you. Thank you to the court." And the projection kind of dissipates as she kind of just like the projection dissipates and she kind of like falls into her hand, just like sees you as she's like, "Oh, Morgan."
Hello. Speaking of getting us out of here, is there any way that you can rewire that teleport dais to get everyone out of here? Because there are civilians as well, and we're all like, Atlas is coming, and we're in the deep doo-doo, and I can't really think of any other solutions. I'm not the smartest, but I think a tactical retreat sounds like a good idea.
Who did you say?
Atlas and Zeus, they're on their way. We need to get away.
I didn't know Atlas was even alive. Why am I surprised about this fucking shit anymore? Like she seems to know who Atlas is, but still sees him as like the Arvandorian she knew before. But she's like, "Oh, I didn't even know that he was alive. I shouldn't be surprised about this anymore." I can certainly get people to. I'd have to inform the court about. The Amphorenians are already very cautious about us extending our reach. We can't just let refugees into the we can't just let refugees, but if they still wish to seek claim here, we can certainly move everybody to where they wish to place themselves within
that
Ilios.
was kind of my idea. Most of these people are not from Ilios, the survivors. So I was thinking we could get them to Amphorenia and then they can make their way home from there. It's just that letting them, leaving them here is kind of dangerous.
Yes, it is. It is very dangerous, and in fact, I'm trying to make sure we stay here as little as possible. But it's just that little middle ground of I can't authorize refugees to make their way to Amphorenia. We can't do that.
Dang, not even as a single overnight where they can like book passage out the next day.
It's a very they have been very strict about their isolationism, and it's not
xenophobic.
Yes, but it's not the best. I don't agree with it, but we cannot have them. I can't issue. It would have to be a court mandate, and the court is already very divided about our involvement in anything going on.
In that case, what would you suggest?
I don't know if you saw, but I just spoke with with a member of the court. If they still wish to place themselves somewhere within Ilios, they are going to inform me within the next few hours. It's a very rushed emergency court meeting to discuss this. But we wait until they decide on whether or not they want to stake the claim in Ithaca or they want to stake claim somewhere else. And once they have made their decision, I will swiftly turn this teleportation dais straight over to that location, and we will stake our claim. And then we will get everybody out.
Good. How far? Sorry, Iris. How far away was Atlas? I just want to give Cirilla a time frame
Atlas
so that
was
she knows.
about Atlas. The last time he was checked in on, he was just neighboring Rosmoen.
A day and a half.
So he's probably going to be a day or so.
Yeah. So I will let Cirilla know of this just so she knows what to expect. Because it's really shit when people don't give you a time frame.
Yeah,
It sure is.
especially for Atlas, a Dominion. That's fun. Great. I will certainly do. As I can't really do anything about that information, but I will certainly rush the court.
I just,
the Celdern court.
I just don't
the
believe
leaders
in
of my...
keeping people in the dark.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to keep dropping things on you like this. I seem to be the one that's just dropping shit on you, and I really hate that.
Not really. It was mostly low-key for a certain amount of time, but then it was... But... You know, he was the one that mentioned
I wish we got to meet under better circumstances.
Yeah. You know, I'm built for this, quite literally, of Andorian and all, so,
Well, is there anything I can get you in the meantime?
I was just about to say, was there anything else you need from me? No, I am perfectly fine. I'm going to just, for now, form up defenses across Ithaca, what remains of Ithaca, to try to ensure that we aren't greeted with anything else that would trouble us until Atlas shows up at the very least.
A good plan. Thank you for everything you've done, Cirilla.
Yeah, of course. It's what I was made for. All right. So
we're just gonna let her have some peace.
Yeah. So you leave Cirilla. As we take a long rest, is there anything else anyone would like to do?
Yeah. I like to talk to Akamero, because I learned, at least my father talked to me, I think, when I died. Someone did. For that brief moment of death.
It was Aravan.
You spoke to the familiar voice was because you were speaking to Aravan Elisir.
Aravan, yeah.
Dracula.
Oh, great. He told me I'm still connected to him somehow. Lovely.
Yeah.
Lovely. We're gonna have to try climbing a wall tomorrow. What's left of one? So, yeah, that's bad, I suppose. So I'm still connected to him. And what do we do with all of this?
I cannot stress enough how much that has to be on a back burner right now. It is important, and it's something we need to attend to. He's not trying to kill you right now, and he probably won't be in the next 24 hours.
If I had to, honestly, I'm quite tempted to go back to Ravenloft just to get my full power back. Because without it, I definitely feel like a part of me went missing after reawakening into this. Kind of sucks, not to mention, if the Inferians do lay claim here, they're going to have to fight the Aeonies over it all over again, and a new war will happen.
Remind me where Ravenloft is?
Ravenloft is part of the Isles the Isles of Kumalipo.
Okay.
Here.
So that is not.
Do you guys would you guys prefer to stay on the world map or still stay on the city map?
Probably world. I don't
Yeah.
think we have any much
City map
else
is
to do on
depressing,
city.
but it is relevant.
I think we're good. We're good for world map now.
Okay. Yeah, it is specifically this shadowy
yeah, where Hermes is. I see.
map.
Interesting.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, look, there's Hermes.
Yeah. Probably. I hope he's dead. I hope Ravenloft killed him. Last time I checked in, he was getting his ass whooped. But you know.
So what? Swinging through Ravenloft would be like a 3-day detour?
Yeah, but honestly, I don't particularly want to go back. It's more of a temptation at the moment.
Let's focus on things that are materially here and important and trying to kill us.
Oh yes, like Ares, who's only a country away from us, in Athena.
There is the other matter of Vecna having a vestige.
I don't know who that is. You said the name, and I don't know who.
Do we even have any history relating to that?
No, we don't.
Not relevant. Yeah.
Well,
I mean, the vestige is important. I think that might be. Look, we can talk in the morning about like our medium-term goals here.
I'm just saying that
Our first goal is to get
are
the
closer.
fuck out of here.
They're closer by, but we could also expect a visit from Ares as well, or he's probably strategizing with the rest of the Aeneas army on their next move to take what now can literally be taken.
Ithaca's a lost cause at this point, even if they could harvest it or reclaim it. For what purpose? If they were going to kill us, they probably already would have started marching. I mean, Hermes could be here. They could have been on their way. I think
all of them are on their way, if not.
Another Olympian was here.
Yeah. I mean, there was 2 here. We took them out, and there was a former Hestia. Well, she's dead now, disintegrated. So someone's here casting spells.
Shadow Wizard Money Gang, we love casting spells.
I love that that Arya is still going off of the knowledge that nobody else saw, that only the other side of the group saw.
Well, you know.
Yes, I didn't see the black figure. All I saw was waking up to, Hestia disintegrating, and then the person who Brego, whatever his name.
Brugo.
Yeah, Brugo. Brigo, unfortunately, died, although he didn't look wounded, which was odd. This is different. So it's a lot of unknowns right now, and it's not exactly comforting.
That was likely the shadowy figure we saw.
Huh? Where did you see a shadowy
figure?
On a roof, directly after the city fell.
It didn't yeah, that's not good. That's definitely an ill omen, that's for sure.
Likely either another agent of the Chained Oblivion or the Chained Oblivion itself.
Bold if it was the Chain Oblivion itself, though I would not put it past them either.
If nothing else, a form of it.
Speaking of the figure that we saw, given how my vision works, and that I've seen the person that took Saturn, do they look similar? Like would
No. You actually, you know that you saw the figure that took Sutton was like this ghastly form because they weren't recognizable to you, so they just looked like a undiscernible shadow shade. This looked not like that. This looked like like you were looking at space, like a void.
Yeah.
Even with your vision, it would still look like a void.
I mean, we scryed on Zeus one time. Saw him getting beat the crap out of by the Chain of Oblivion, but he did not look like that. It looked like someone burnt like a piece of the picture when we were scrying. It's not exactly fun.
Perhaps it was Vecna. We do happen to know that Sutton is in the control of Vecna, and there is likely magic that could hamper divination magic.
Yes, Auntie's scrying's a real piece of work.
Saturn being chased by a demon, I know.
Was being chased.
Well, I would imagine it's the prerogative of the demons to chase anyone with a vestige.
We know the demons were chasing. I don't think Sutton was I don't think they were close to Sutton.
Wasn't.
Would I have had the chance to get my spells back?
Could you ask your book about
you
the vestige?
depending on how long it's been, I would say you would have Like if he was like midway through this long rest, then I'd say yeah, because it would just be whatever duration it would be for the short rest. But unless you were like doing whatever you're doing immediately at the beginning of this long rest, I'd say no.
Here's a weird
I was
question.
thinking more as everyone else was talking with like the dragons, I was resting, and now I have it, and I want to try to scry on Saturn.
Hmm.
Warlocks are so lovely.
Okay. Hmm.
Do you need me to post it in chat?
So how exactly does scrying work? Okay. Perfect. Familiar connection. You know target well. Connection, save modifier, likeliness, or picture. So there's a modifier to this. You have a knowledge save modifier. And there is a. So it looks like you. Firsthand.
It looks like that's from like a table that got copied a little weirdly.
So it looks like the modifier is based on you either have to know the person or you have to have some sort of like item that's attuned to that is connected to that person, and I don't think you would have either.
No, so it affects a modifier in two ways. One is with information you have. It's either you have second-hand information about them, which means that you've like heard of them from someone. I would say I'm familiar with her, not like.
See you.
Not
Okay.
familiar. I have like first-hand information on her, which is like.
Okay. I would say you.
But basically, they have no plus on the save, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
And they can choose to fail the save if they want to be scried on.
I mean, they don't even know if they fail the save, they don't really know that they were scryed to begin with. Although if they succeed, they definitely know.
Yeah. Okay. So, if you are targeting Sutton, and it's them making the wisdom saving throw, and they can choose to fail.
They don't know who's crying on them, so if they're trying to hide, I don't think they would choose to fail a scry.
You. Go ahead. I'm gonna ask.
Can I ask for information about Saturn?
You've asked about Sutton's location before, and you are still getting that little compass thing.
It was pointing near Giant.
Allow me to present to you all the compass.
Oh my god.
These are all of the lines that have shown the direction in which Sutton has been along your travel from Emperina to Rosmoen.
It's on the move. Interesting. Well, no, because it's on the move. We're not triangulating.
Well,
The general area.
We have a very good idea.
It's somewhere in this cluster, but that's still a large area.
Wasn't that part of Gigantomachy over there? Over there. Yeah. So it's over in no man's land then. Great.
Yeah. I mean, if we have the compass, we can find her, but I want to see if she's like alive.
Fucking the Cyclops who was working for Vecna also mentioned fucking
Splint kind of I'm gonna say this for Splint just because he would definitely probably be within this conversation as he kind of like looks at the map that I'm assuming you've made in your kind of like tracing out the lines, and he looks to it and he's just like, hey, that line crosses Tradisum.
Yeah.
Who?
That is the place that fucking the Cyclops mentioned. So I'm thinking they're in Tradisum. That's pretty certain.
What is Tradisum?
Splint would go on to explain that Tradisum is his home. in the Underdark. It is a ruined city. It is a city within the Underdark that is below what is the Latuco tribes, which is that Savannah territory.
Oh, I mean, yeah, sure, I can put your name in the Far Scribe. My name.
Sure.
Yep. Sure.
I can freely cast sending to a proficiency bonus number of people who I've put their names in my book. I'm trying to decide if I want Morgan or Luke here in the book.
You don't want me, or am I already in there?
You're already in there.
Good.
Okay,
Speaking of sending, does anyone have a way to send a message fast?
Not particularly.
Do I just have the sending spell? I don't think I do, but I might.
So,
I mean,
Lokir, I will say that as you try to scry in on Morgan.
Not Morgan.
Not Morgan, Sutton. Let me look at the specifications. You can see
we get anything.
On a fan within 10 feet of the target. Okay. You begin to scry in on trying to find Sutton. And it seems that you are blocked from specifically scrying on Sutton.
Oh. Dang, that made the save. Wow.
Or there's magic preventing it.
Yeah.
It seems like there is magic preventing.
Like a non-detection type.
I can try scrying on Zeus, see if he's still coming this way.
That's a good idea, actually. That's a really good idea.
Or
I'll try to
or Ares, that too.
I have met Zeus. Okay.
If Ares shows up, we'll just kick his ass.
I mean, he would be easier than Zeus and Atlas, so I'm down for that. Beat old grandpa out of his chair, it's fine.
God of War, he should be a pushover,
Definitely. We're the children of war. That means we're better. War always changes. So.
No, war never changes.
War never changes.
This is a known
War
fact.
never changes. Since the
Rules of war should change. What do you mean?
Sun Tzu.
Okay, so you scry in on Zeus, creating this sensor that kind of follows Zeus around, and the sensor kind of places itself, and you find yourself staring at a column, this little pillar that immediately you watch almost like blow up as the column shatters upon the impact of Zeus just fucking punching this massive column that seems to make up this large open room that he is in. He seems to be in a mad fit of rage as he seems to be tearing up this room that he is in. That seems to be towering up into the sky as he's in this mad fury of rage, just punching just destroying this room. You watch as he kind of simmers and looks off the edge of this building off into the skyline, and you can see he looks off in the opposite direction in which this you can imagine that he's on top of Atlas, and you can see as he's walking in one direction, he looks in the opposite direction at the slowly disappearing Rosmoen. As he looks and he thinks, and he's like there pondering for a second before he just simmers, and before he stops and begins to, and kind of like just stands there waiting for some kind of just simmering in his anger and thoughts. As you are observing this, the vision from your sensor becomes distorted a bit as you watch these like shadowy tendrils kind of envelop around the sensor and then break, and then almost it looks like it breaks the sensor before you are before the scrying ends.
He's atop of Rosmoen? Was that what was said?
He is on top of Atlas, who is Mount Olympus.
Yeah.
Looking-
away
Passing,
from
yeah,
Mars,
passing.
which means
We don't
either
even have a
towards
day.
us or living.
Wait, if he's
Which means-
passing over Ros. Oh,
Which means we take
given-
a roundabout way to Rosmoen and we're good.
Given like, if I can see like the volcano behind him, can I tell if he's like going away from us or if he's like?
Do you want to make a new sensor?
No, from like the first one that I had. You said that I saw it, like.
Are you able to
the more
move the
behind him.
sensor?
I believe
so.
Instead of targeting a creature, you can choose a location that you've seen before. When you do so, the target appears at the location and doesn't move. So unfortunately, in order for you to be able to scry again, which by the way, that was a dispel, a visual kind of dispelling of the scrying. So if you wanted to scry again, you'd have to make a new spell.
Yeah, no, not with Shrine again. You said that I saw like there's more behind him, right?
Yeah, you saw that like it looks like Atlas is walking away from, walking not away from, but walking just further past Rosmoen, and he was just looking off in that direction.
Ooh.
Okay, so coming towards us. Okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah, that's definitely a good sign that we need to go.
Oh,
Are we gonna get a long rest?
I thought we just did a long rest.
We're in the
No,
process
this is
right
still
now.
middle. This is still in the middle of the long rest.
We're getting there.
Lokir just gets his spells back faster. So
if I ask Zarilla to teleport me to Rosmoa, can I get back before Atlas gets here?
Cirilla would have to preface that like she'd be able to teleport you there, but wouldn't be able to teleport you back.
Yeah. Obviously.
But if you wanted to,
Let's just go to Rosmoen. Why are we protecting Ithaca?
Yeah.
I don't
see any,
get it.
I don't see any reason
There's
to stay
nothing
here.
here.
okay.
There's nothing left here.
Okay, so we all need
Rosmoen
to
will be a
move.
better place to stay.
Okay.
It doesn't
So-
have wall.
It
Also,
doesn't,
we put a lot
but,
of-
like-
we also put a lot of people in danger if we move there.
They're
There
already
are,
in danger.
like,
They just lost
12
their
There are like 12 surviving merchants, I assume. Like, a
We don't,
lot.
I don't think Rosmoen's been attacked. I think they were passing through, but we're the target, so they ignored them.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
the-
Rosmoen's intact. Everyone who survived the attack on Ithaca, like all the people like Aruhi, Dofrabi, I'm really butchering his name right now.
Aruhai and Dufrobbery.
Yes, dude. They're fine. Hessie's gone, but the ones who survived the attack, they're all good. So most of Rosmoen is intact. If we just bring them all together, bring in the Ampharenians, Rosmoen can be the new place that we decide to fortify.
Well, you can talk to Cersei about that. I doubt she's going to agree, but you can try.
I have a bad
They
feeling
don't have a
that-
leader structure anymore.
We do need to talk to Cersei, actually. Yeah,
I believe she's gonna be kind of pissed and not entirely up to putting her people in further danger. You know.
well, they're
I'm
already
pretty
in
sure
danger.
Traga
They're
also
still there
died as
all.
well.
Their only
At least this
protection was Hessia.
fortifies it. Yeah.
They need to
If they
protect
can
themselves.
remote kill any demon, then they might have just wiped Rosmoen off the map.
There's a good chance, but we have to go and see. We have to catalog what's going on. I'll probably actually.
When Zeus looked back at Rosmoen, could he see activity?
No,
Or was there black
they
smoke rising
were
from
way
the
too far
city?
away for anything discernible.
Titans are like 10,000 feet tall. I'm not even sure he'll get a good view on what's going on. Although Zeus probably has eagle eyes anyway, so
Eagle.
it's whatever.
He's
You-
a storm god.
I'll
He's
say-
got to
I'll
have good
say,
eyesight
look
to
here.
hit people.
I'll say Lokir, go ahead and make an insight check if you want to.
I mean, he seemed angry, so he's having a bad day too. He lost a whole
His
kingdom.
wife just died.
Yeah, we just killed his wife.
We killed his wife. His wife murked all the
Okay.
civilians of the ruling
So
kingdom.
on a,
But
on
you
a
know.
20, so on a 22 to insight, yeah, you could definitely tell that that Zeus was having a fit of rage after losing his wife and the Hecatoncres dying, and he was looking off to Rosmoen, probably with the idea of letting out some steam on the people of Rosmoen, but deciding the mission was more important, especially because he was literally thrown around by his god. So.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
that has happened before. Yeah.
Can I just clarify? All of our demonic Rosmoen's gone, like even Tiresias.
Tiresias
He
is
had
fine.
access to the mind. He has
He had
access
He's
to
not,
the
he's not
mind.
actually a demon. He's back
Can
door.
Tiresias check
Tiresias
if
is-
Rosmoen's still there? Or
Yeah.
like
He
if the
could-
people
he
are
ac-
still
He
okay?
actually could, yeah. Yeah, but no, Tiresias
Yeah, I'm
is
gonna ask
fine.
him too.
Yeah.
Tiresias
We'll-
is fine. Cersei, Dufrabri, Aruhai are all Arvandorians. And I think that was all of the Rosmoens that were over here, because everybody else is gone. Yeah, you can definitely find Tiresias. So Tiresias at the moment is kind of comforting Cersei. You watch as Cersei, you see Cersei is kind of exactly where Hestia was, still kind of just like you see her like curled up into a ball, sitting on the edge of the destroyed pavement, just looking at where Hestia was, and Tiresias is kind of just there, kind of a hand on her shoulder. But Dufrabri and Aruhai are also nearby, but Tiresias sees you all approach and kind of distances himself from Cersei as he approaches.
I'll step away and comfort the Rosmelons and let Morgan have
Yeah.
Yes.
Might as well.
Oh, Tiresias, would you be willing to just check in and see if the people of Rosmoen are okay? It seems like we've disproportionately lost a lot of Rosmoens, and I'm just worried.
You as he asks you, he gives a like deep sigh as he looks to you with this very like stern expression, and he takes off his blindfold. As he does, you can see he has this like orange pupils still in his eye, but the whites of his eyes are still void black as he looks to you as he kind of gives you a sort of whispered and lowered tone as he says, "I have not found the strength to inform her quite yet. But everyone is gone."
Like,
We called this a victory.
oh shit!
We lost them all. But
Every single Rosmoen has been wiped from the board. I cannot see them.
I did see Kraga disappear, so yeah. Ugh.
Kraga disappeared because she was a conjuration of Hestia. A sentient one, but a still conjuration.
Oh no!
Ugh. Damn it.
Yeah, the connection's still up.
We kind of drove ourselves into a corner. Why? Oh god. Ugh.
We should have been way more gung ho about fucking vestiging everyone.
Even if we did vestige everyone, ugh. the outcome still would have been a little better, but still up there.
Yeah.
I think the only reason Zeus didn't stop was because they weren't there.
Well, no, he considered going on a rampage there.
He didn't
I
know.
don't
I
think
mean, I
he
think he
knows.
knows. Yeah, he doesn't know.
That's fair.
But that also brings up how did that happen?
That was a high-ranking demon.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
either the Chained Oblivion themselves or like someone directly under them.
I mean,
No matter
it's not like they
how-
were all linked to Hestia. It's not like the death of
No.
Hestia caused the death of every other Rosmoan.
No matter how no matter how sentient or how knowledgeable certain demons are, they are still nothing but thralls. Especially in the eyes of the Chained Oblivion.
I
They
mean,
can just kill people remotely.
Any demon.
He has not seen any need to do so until this act of defiance on the city.
Shit.
I mean, Hestia was not even a demon, and she died to disintegration, the spell. And
She
I
was
don't
more
even
than-
know where.
Well, I'm not sure about that, but the others, the demons were certainly wiped off the board. He kind of like zones out as he says, there is a fleeting thought in the mind of that Hestia was finished off. Regardless of her angelic nature, of her restored angelic nature, she was still weak from this conflict.
Where do we even tactically retreat then? Rosmoan's nothing more than a testament of defiance now.
Rosmoan is, though vacated, it is intact.
It's gonna
But
be only.
there are other sites here in Ilios, but I'm not sure.
No.
At the very least, would buy us like another half a day.
It would buy us a very little time. Not even sure we can even get a good enough foothold statistically.
It's better than staying here.
I mean, would it even be worth it going back to Polyphemus to make it a foothold?
Could
If
the
they-
teleportation
No,
guys
Polyphemus
take
is
us to Uruk? I'm sure we could secure you safety there.
Yeah, but that makes all of the deaths here completely like
Almost meaningless.
completely meaningless.
Our objective going into this was to
It was a suicide run to begin
handle
with.
the Hera and the Hecatocracy, but also to give the Amphibians a foothold into Zov.
Yeah.
Rosmoan is our best bet to do that.
Yeah. I mean, I knew full well this was a suicide mission, but I didn't think it was gonna be a Uno reverse with survivors and everyone else ending up as an example. Because that's honestly worse than just an utter loss. Because even if we won, we basically just got spat on for it.
The most Pyrrhic victory I've ever seen.
It's not even to even call it a victory is an insult, honestly.
My friend, in all honesty, you requested
Just
demons
wild.
to betray. You asked thralls to betray their conjurer. I don't know exactly what you expected.
Well, we were thralls not that long ago, but we weren't informed on such.
You were thralls, but you were given.
We
the
weren't
ability
informed
to,
about the
you
price
were
of betrayal.
You were purified of
Yes.
your corruption. These people were not.
Yeah. I didn't know that would be the price for betrayal. At least on that level. Now I know.
But the whole town, even the people that weren't involved.
They sacrificed an entire country. I don't see how that is any more shocking.
Yeah, but that's humans, not other demons.
I don't think they care much for any other than themselves or their chained oblivion.
Hestia and the Rosmoans that did contribute here, unfortunately, I guess represented all of Rosmoan in the eyes of the Chained Oblivion.
Definitely a sore feeling, that's for sure. I barely knew any of them.
I cannot
Well,
claim to know what pain you are feeling because I did not know any from that place.
as you just hear distant explosions off to the side, you look over and just see Cersei is just hurling fucking fireballs at the nearby wall that is still intact as it just is exploding and crumbling.
She has spell slots left? What the fuck?
She does not have spell slots left.
Fireballs
She does
don't
not.
bring back
No.
the fallen.
Really powerful cantrips.
I know she's just got an inner vestige. She's got an inner vestige of strength that's come from the rage.
A second wind.
She's just casting from rage.
If she's casting fireball from rage, she's gonna lose her hand. She's wasting.
I'm trying to calm her.
But yeah,
She's
wasting.
past
There's
caring.
just the fucking firebolts and eldritch blasts are just, and irradiant eldritch blasts are just being sent at a wall.
A cantrip can be used unlimitedly, but it's still treated as a muscle at the end of the day. She's gonna get sore.
Cersei, please.
You you just approach and she does not seem to she's not deterred.
Your actions won't bring back the fallen.
I'm gonna. Does this feel appropriate? It does feel appropriate. I'm gonna firebolt her.
I'll get her attention.
Okay. Alright. Go ahead and make an attack roll.
Hopefully a hit, but not a crit.
Not even a hit.
You
Can we generously describe it as at her feet?
No, I think this. So you kind of. How far away are you as you cast this firebolt? How far have you approached her?
I was fully in contact, trying to wrestle her out of this.
Oh, okay. Then in that case, as soon as you place a hand on Cersei, she just whips around, and you just she is a very celestial tiefling looking right now. There is a glimmer of a shift in that appearance, as almost her demonic form comes back for just a second
falling?
as she just looks at you and it's don't touch me, and just teleports away.
Ooh.
Like 30 feet or
It's a misty step, so
Yeah.
you actually don't know where that went, but you could tell she's probably within range.
Yeah.
Let's hope she's not falling. That'd be bad if what we did is reversible.
I can only imagine I'll just speak out. And I know she's in range to hear it. I can only imagine what you're going through right now. But I know that you are the only one who can hold your people together.
What's left of them anyway?
She doesn't know that. Shut up.
Don't say that. She doesn't know the truth.
I don't say that part out loud.
The very first thing I hear is
You're not here right now. This is happening alongside you guys. Shit.
You can keep your people alive. Oh.
I do have at this point I have clocked that fact that it's a conduit, but
Reminder, I mean, the group is responsible for their death, but you and I more so because we were the one that, went and talked to them directly,
yeah.
So maybe we shouldn't be the ones interacting.
I feel some responsibility in this moment, and I'm trying to execute upon that. I continue speaking to her.
It's honorable, yeah.
Your people are fractured, and all of you are devastated in this moment. your people can only recover if they can rally, and they will only rally around you.
She is essentially
I
Earth.
know inside you is the same rage that I'd seen in Hestia and in every other demon. And with time, please free it. But now you must hold yourself together.
Okay. There is this like almost deafening silence. Is the only thing that you actually hear is the rushing of river water that is still flooding into this space that that is nearby. But there is no response.
Leave her to her devices. She'll need to think it over.
Yeah, can't force it. I'll step away and rejoin the group.
As you leave, Tiresias is kind of like tying back up his blindfold as he kind of looks, not directly at you. He kind of just like looks down at the ground near you as he just says, "I cannot see through her eyes, but part of me knows that she heard." Time will tell.
We have to tell her, but I don't know what the right time is.
My guess is she heard. She's rather perceptive.
Understood.
Morgan's just gonna go have a mental breakdown because not only has she brought doom to her own hometown, she's brought it to their hometown. I think she's earned a bit of a crisis.
Okay.
Regardless of Cersei's ability to handle this, Rosmoen is the play here. I think I'll try to talk to Cirilla.
Okay.
Definitely, it's
Cirilla,
unfortunately the most strategic hold right now.
You are certainly able to talk to Cirilla, and she can begin setting up the day. She kind of like takes the dais directly off of the Thunderjaw and begins to program it to set the location for Rosmoen.
Yeah, but wait a second. How will the people from Farina get here if we don't have?
Well, I can still change I can change the. We can change the locations of the daises. They just won't. This dais was specifically was linked to another dais to be a two-way travel, but for the time being, for a small time being, it would just be one-way travels.
We can't leave the dais.
No.
Yes. I believe our best course of action is to migrate on land to Rosmoen and to set that as the place that we will connect to Inferino.
Very well. And she begins to program everybody, all of the Inheriar, and they just slowly march back into this marching formation. So the Nahuatl are going to go by foot. You all had come by ship and had traversed the part of the way by land. In fact, I believe your ships would be... I'm going to draw this real quick. Your ships would have been somewhere along here, and then you had moved inwards, while Viserys's men had all traversed by land, kind of just coming down here.
Yeah, it's like
so you
better to go by land.
I'm forgetting how exactly they all traversed by land. I believe it was.
I know some of us were teleported down here.
South of the wall? No, you wouldn't. It was just Viserys and his men that were south of the wall. You all had come by boat and you all had traversed from the peninsula across the river across this bay area by ship, and then made your way to the northern side on foot. But I wouldn't.
It wouldn't be recommended to go by sea since Atlas is currently occupying that water area.
Yeah. You have like Iliad galleons at your disposal as well. There are the 4 still docked on the at the harbor.
I don't
We didn't
think
have
the
a day as-
manpower or the knowledge to like, not to get into like who has water vehicle proficiency, but like all
If
of the people
only-
who manned the boats.
If only we had a captain. Oh.
But also just like crew. We don't have crew who know how
Yeah.
to sail.
Because
We weren't taught
I'm
how
making the
to
joke because
sail.
because all of the ship and crew of Viserys, the only people that were actually Iliad, died.
If
Well,
only we
Brugo
had
too. Brugo
a
could.
funny fish.
And Brugo as well.
Yeah.
In
If only
fact,
we had
all
a
of his
funny fish, man.
All the crew is definitely dead. We didn't leave a dais on any of the ships, did we?
No, the only dais. You only had the one dais that was like, that was originally attached to one of these ships that the Inheriar had traveled on. In fact, I think the ships that you were given by, let me actually realize you had.
Because one of those ships were
You had
carriers.
You had
ships plus the Iliad ship.
Yeah, you had the you had Viserys' ship, and you had several and you had several Amphorinian ships that were all transporting in Inheriar.
Yeah.
So where is that?
I know that they can only carry 1 Thunderjaw per ship, if I remember right.
Yeah.
So it was at least 5
Yeah.
ships.
You had the Windbreaker, and you had which was Viserys' ship, and then you had which one is this? You had 4 Amphorinian galleons, and then 5 Thunderjaw carriers.
Yeah.
And we can operate none of them. We have to abandon them.
The Inheriar can operate their own carriers, but you would have used all of them to transport the Inheriar to the northern side of the wall. So those guys are there, kind of just in the, which would, to get to them would be passing by Atlas.
It's not optimal.
No.
Less than optimal, that's for sure.
If you wanted to, you could wait. You can get to those ships, wait for Zeus to just pass by, and then just cross the water as he makes his way into Ithaca.
I
We can do
feel
that
like
quickly. Yeah.
I mean we could, but we'll migrating. Some of us could take the sun wings and just fly quicker ahead to Rosmo.
There's one left.
There's only
Well,
one.
What's the point of
40.
splitting up here? What's the point?
Man,
Yeah, I mean, I feel like just walking is
Let's
the
Yeah.
best
walk it.
decision.
we don't have a choice in the matter of walking anyway, so
So
We have to go
Cirilla was what Cirilla was originally planning on was she was going to have everyone teleport using the one-way dais to Rosmoen, and then she was going to give her it's called a Grimhorn, I think. Yeah, her Grimhorn mount the teleportation dais, and it was just going to be programmed to make its traversal, the long traversal on land all the way back to Rosmoen with the dais. So it would just be the Grimhorn making that travel by foot, while everyone else just teleported there.
Can we be
Give us
certain
more
that it's not going to
time.
get intercepted?
More than likely, since there's literally no one else in Ilios to intercept.
Yeah.
And I'm okay with that.
Like we could
I
just
mean, it
send a
might as-
person with it. I mean, presumably it can carry a person on the dais.
Yeah, if you all want her to, Cirilla can just stay on the day, can just stay with her Grimhorn while she does that.
better that way, yeah.
Yeah, if she doesn't mind, then that's probably the best course of action. Just
Okay.
because we don't want to get squished by Atlas.
Well, for
With that
now,
in-
I will temporarily I'll temporarily snipe off Morgan's name off of my forescribing book and make it to where I can freely cast sending with Cirilla and like sending her every like hour.
Hell
Okay.
yeah.
Well, you only
she-
have proficiency bonus times that you can do it per day.
It's
We could just say that we agreed all this before you did the far scribe, and then you just decided to do Cirilla
yeah.
instead of me for this
No,
one time.
You can sending.
We can retcon.
You can sending infinitely. You can only do it to proficiency
Okay.
bonus number of people.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Only a set number of people, but it's
Cirilla
infinite
is going
speed,
to
though.
Cirilla is going to keep her Grimhorn along with 2 Thunderjaws, and then she's gonna look to you. She's gonna come up to no, she's gonna come up to Morgan. Morgan, she's gonna come up to you and she says, "You are probably the most trustworthy of this group, so I'm gonna give you this." As she kind of like looks down at her bracelet, and she clicks a few things, and you see this little drone kind of teleport into the space, just kind of hovering above her. I can actually send you the imagery for that.
Yeah.
For this little guy.
It's a ghost.
It kind of works like a ghost, but in its hands, in its little grippers underneath at the bottom, in its little hands at the bottom, at the bottom of this little hovering drone, is another bracelet.
I hate those motherfuckers.
As she takes it and she says, "This is to control my Inheriar and the 2 and the 4 other Thunderjaws that I am sending with you to Rosmone. If shit goes awry, you can use this to operate them. But please don't operate the ones that I am currently traversing with." And she like hands it over. This will also be just a direct. This can also act as a direct line of communication to me as well. And technically also the Ampharinian court, but please, for the love of God, do not contact the Ampharinian court. I'm dealing with that myself.
Understood. Do you have an ETA on how long it will take you to get there over land?
The first traversal of with just a Thunderjaw was like 8 hours, 10 hours to get to where we needed to be. So it would be roughly around that time.
Okay. If you don't show up by then, I'll contact you.
Sounds good. All right. Well,
Stay safe out there.
get it. She like points to the dais, and she's like, "It's programmed. We're good."
I'm gonna approach her and have her. I'm gonna ask her to write her name in my book.
Double book.
Why does everybody want my autograph? Jesus.
To clarify, if she's establishing other communications, then I will refrain from.
Oh no, it's not a communication. It's
Well, no. Morgan has communication with Cirilla.
Yeah.
This is for something else. This is good. I like this one.
Oh yeah, I'm also gonna have Arya do that.
Oh shit. Okay. Gift of the Protectors.
Oh, yes, that is a good thing
That's
for me to
awesome.
have.
What
If
the
I'm tanking.
fuck?
And the Rory, perhaps, for now.
That is
Equal to your proficiency bonus. What the fuck? All right. That's cool as hell.
Is that our proficiency bonus 4 now?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's for people,
Hell
but
yeah.
I would have Zarilla for now. Just
Yeah.
in case, you know.
Yeah, that's important.
Okay.
You mind writing those names down so we know who's on there?
I just want
It
to
changes daily depending on
like,
who's in the
this
good
won't
books.
this won't matter for now. This will matter in later. The way
Yeah.
it's worded in that second paragraph, if it helps one person, does that
Yeah.
negate the use for anyone else?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not.
You
it's
can
not
literally
as
only
long-
use this one time. It would literally only save one person per long rest. Okay, I got you.
Yeah.
That's reasonable.
I
I
guess
mean, yeah,
it makes sense.
that's completely fair. I was just clarifying the wording of
I
that.
wasn't arguing. I was just saying that like that is it should be
Yeah,
countered like that.
I didn't even hear what you were saying. I was just looking at it real quick. Okay, so
It's a good
everybody-
ability.
So she writes her name in your book, not Akamero's book, and you all slowly begin teleporting to Rosmoen. And like Tiresias had said, it is a barren, empty space. There is not a single person there.
Now, is there a library here?
Is my turtle though?
You've been
No,
here.
Domus
You've
is
been
Domus
here.
is Domus is still here. The only surviving person is your giant tortoise on the shoreline.
And the brain. We also
Are
have the brain.
Are there lava sharks or were those like Kraga?
You actually find the only remnants of life is the corpses of the now like dull and lifeless, and like the lava like glow of life is gone from these husks of igneous rock that were these magma sharks that just seem to have fallen limp. And in fact, you look up at the volcano and all of the lava seems to have dried up.
Ooh. Yeah.
It's just depressing now.
It is really depressing. The volcano stopped working. All the people that inhabit there are dead. The poor land sharks are completely one with the land now. So
They're just land. They're no longer sharks.
yeah, they're just land now. It's really sad. They're not even qualified to be
They're not
prisoners.
magma.
Just
They're not magma. They're not sharks. They're just land.
just piles of rock and obsidian. They couldn't even be tremors. They're just sad.
Dust to dust.
But are they Felsic or Mafic?
Man, don't.
I don't even want to
About
know.
The vision that Viserys had with Hades and Charybdis. Did we get any of that information? Or
No, we are
Nope.
blind,
Okay,
bro.
cool. Because we
So-
still have direct communication with Charybdis, by the way. We have the dog.
Yeah,
talking with us.
in fact, the syndicate does. Actually, I'm gonna say I think the syndicate would actually go back to the underworld.
Fucking cowards, what? We need help.
They're dipping on us?
No, that's good. We don't want them around right now.
I mean, yeah, but we don't
Not-
know them, you know?
They're not completely like ditching you guys. Like, bye, good luck. They're just like, hey, we're gonna go back to our base while you guys go back to your base, and we will recuperate at some point.
Man, there's gonna be
We
a
need
lot
to
of
recover from the absolute thrashing we all just
There goes
took.
Sheev. There goes.
They need to-
Ah!
Luren.
They
There
need to
goes
adjust to the
Delorean,
brand's
there
vibe.
goes Violette, there goes Viserys, there goes Milan.
Kidamundas. Kingdom
Yeah.
is still with us?
Yeah, Kingdom
I don't
Hearts is
think he
still
was
with
ever a
me.
demon.
No.
Okay, that's
She
good.
just got cursed, I think.
Yeah, curse. Yeah, Gorgon curse.
Yeah. Yeah, there
Ah,
goes. So
Joker survived.
Sheev, the bartender that you had, the kind of sort of bartender's magic item person that you were communicating with is also gone.
Man, our enchantments.
I think the only actually people who knew other people in this place was Akamero when he went to go try to recruit Arareth and Deucalion.
Yeah.
Didn't they have refugees? Those people probably.
The refugees were all demons from their refugees were demons from the abyss.
Oh boy, and they got hit too.
They all got hit. Every single person in the city in Rosmoen is gone,
Yeah. Every single one.
including Deucalion, who seems to have made his departure, even though he technically wasn't a demon.
What a dick.
The Tomb of Oblivion.
You didn't need his services, so he just left.
Like, I imagine watching everyone disintegrate around you. It's a bit,
He probably left before. I imagine he
If the
left.
Syndicate had demons, they would have likely been vaporized as well.
Yeah.
There was also like a harpy person, no?
Yeah, that was a Rebirth, and that was also a demon, and they are dead.
Dead.
Okay, fair enough.
Literally everyone we knew in Rosmo was dead. Is
Except
dead.
for,
If
except
you
for
met them in Rosno and
Tiresias.
they were a demon.
Tiresias,
Tiresias is a
Drufori, and
cheat
Aruhai.
code.
And then
Well,
Cersei.
Tiresias is a cheat code. He's like a human who's just able to access the mind, so he doesn't count as a demon.
Hey,
Please
he's
don't know
an
that.
elf. He's an elf. Calm down.
Okay, elf, my bad. Sorry, human frames. I wasn't looking at his ears. My bad.
Okay, it's not a total loss, out of an entire faction.
Yeah. I mean, we still have
survive.
Tiresias.
Listen,
Oh,
all
God.
I'm saying is we killed 2 of the most powerful demons on the planet and also a giant weapon and prevented the spawning of another giant weapon.
Maybe 1.5. I want to go as far to say Dionysus was the most powerful. Hera was up there.
We can hype up our victories right now, okay? Like,
Hera was definitely up there on maybe one of the more powerful ones, but Dionysus was kind of he was basically someone to spit on.
I understand
Tier-wise,
the impulse to
he's
shit-
the same
to shit
tier.
talk Dionysus, but like, let's not diminish our accomplishments in this moment. We need those.
We definitely need them, but our morale's already at an all-time low now. So,
And you're making it worse.
it was already bad to begin with. I don't know what you mean by worse.
Making it worse doesn't make it better.
I'm not sure how it could possibly get any worse.
It can always
You're
get worse.
diminishing the one accomplishment.
The
Okay.
entire reason we did that in the first place,
Okay.
Suicide op. Hey, let's survive.
Okay, who else would be here?
I mean, empiric
The important thing
victory,
is-
right?
The important thing is that those of us here lived and were
Yeah.
rich.
Definitely.
We're rich.
In the time we have, I will absolutely be fucking ravaging every spell book and scroll that I can.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. Alright.
Let's run
Yeah,
back to this place now that no one's
Coins don't have a carry weight in this world, do they?
No, they absolutely do.
But we
Okay.
have an
That was
army of
literally one of
soldiers
the
that
things
don't
I
get
was like,
tired.
you should probably worry about this.
But
But-
we have Domus now, so
Yeah, and we have an army of
I can
stone
have,
soldiers
like,
that don't get tired, so they can.
I can have like
Carry
a
some weight.
dragon's horde on Domus now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Put the gold
yeah,
on
you can
Domus,
just have your
or-
money on hand at all times. Yeah,
Yeah. We still have Ballista on Domus too, so
true.
very. It's not like it's
Erud
gonna
would
really do anything.
Erud would also ask if there's a library anywhere in this town.
Nah, the literacy rate spoke for itself, or it did. So, if there
Probably
was a
not,
library,
No.
the
Agony?
only pieces of written paper were probably in the vaults. Unfortunately, that's
There
probably.
was there was that coffee shop, I think.
Yeah, it was Sheev's.
They had some books.
Sheev had
Okay.
her collection of her own stuff, but most of her stuff was made in in the moment.
Yeah,
But
Erud's
she-
going to try and find any just normal ass books he can to preserve for the fucking library.
Hopefully, the Rasmon's got books.
Listen, I still gotta fucking stock the new library in Tanaro. That shit's fucking empty right now.
Yeah.
I'm sure the Rasmus
you
will
are
have
definitely able to.
exploded.
You are definitely able to find some books. I will give you more information about that. About the information you find in a later at a later time. But yeah, you were able to find some of them from Sheev, some of them from what seems to be another place that seemed to have been storing bits of knowledge, almost like a miniature library, almost like they too were starting their own library for the small moment they had.
That's good.
Frugo.
Have you
I don't know.
vocalized You vocalize that you are running a library, Erud?
He'd probably mention like, was there a library in this town? I have need of books for my own archival project back home.
Are you attached to the location of your library?
Very.
All right then.
Dude, so you would probably be asking like the last fucking people, the only people that you could actually ask, Dufrabri or Ruhai, and they would just look into you and go,
I don't think I would ask them, actually. I think I would ask Akamero. I have a little more tact than to ask the only surviving members of this city if they have a library I could raid.
I was gonna be like, if you ask Cersei, she would be like, sure, why don't you take more shit from my fucking life?
Yeah, Eric's like very wise, but he's a little more wise than that.
Why don't we just take any books related to history and leave any journals or diaries here? We can do that much. Unless you want
journals and diaries are like typically sometimes like the only primary sources you can get.
Yeah, that's how you get the history.
Yeah, that's what most history books are made of.
Well,
You
yeah,
have to put a Rosmoen section in your library. It's required now as a memorial.
definitely.
It must not be forgotten.
Of course.
Remember,
Like they made a massive sacrifice, even if they didn't like intend to.
yeah,
Like, we have to pay respects to that.
If there
definitely.
is time, there will certainly be books recovered from Ithaca.
Yeah,
There will be a large
And we need
section
to
in my
write a
future
history of this
writings.
as well.
definitely. This definitely makes the history books. That's for sure. Definitely.
The history to write.
Speaking of which, I have much to rewrite. Eric's just gonna fucking pull out his new quill and like a blank book he keeps on his person and just start fucking furiously writing.
Back to it.
Cataloging. Lovely.
I fucking lost literally all of my like in character writings when that book fucking evaporated, or at least most of it. I made some copies of the book I was planning on publishing and some other things. But...
do I just leave the demon that you gave me in the?
I don't.
Check them out. But
I don't particularly know how those things work, but also that demon was no friend of mine.
Yeah, but isn't he also part of like your former teacher or something?
I believe Ekni was an entity entirely separate from that demon. I don't believe that is any part of her.
If the source in your vestige holds a grudge against Erud, it's best to leave them in there.
If you wish to speak to it and see what it says, be my guest. But
it holds a grudge. I imagine it's not happy about being stabbed. I would think.
I didn't mind it.
I don't think it was born in a book, but it's probably not happy it's out of the book either.
I mean, yeah.
All I know is that demon was the leader of an attack on the city of Glass, was captured by my mentor for many years, and was freed when she died. I don't know its intentions nor its morality.
I mean, it's not like a demon. I mean, I assume that doesn't automatically make it not evil anymore, but...
As I said, if you wish to speak to it, feel free. Well,
what are your concerns here, Lokier?
No, I mean, let's say that I want to retrieve something else from the message, you know, and it's a fucking demon selling there. I don't know.
Wait a minute. Here's a dandy question. I killed Hera with the vestige. Is she in that vestige?
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Would I hear her screaming in that vestige?
Well, not
if I
as you are, not actively like while you're not here, while you're on the material plane. No.
So I think the responsibility is to test Lokir's vestige and see what the deal is there. That way, you know if it's safe to dip into Arya's vestige.
Okay. So what? Do I just go in and check if you can die in there?
I mean, probably don't want to get
Why
that
go
far.
in
See if they
there?
can hurt you.
We should probably also wait till we're all rested before that.
That's
Yeah,
also a good
definitely.
idea.
Junji, as you kind of like,
We lost them.
Nope. Gone forever.
Rip Bozo?
Cherry,
Yeah.
you still with us? So you awake just a second ago. I don't know.
Cherry.
Salute.
Jerry.
That's unfortunate.
Do they have the soundboard on?
Eyes open. We saw that.
It's not too important. You can.
That's fine. We don't have to blast any soundboards, thankfully. We'll see. I'll be sure to meet you all if that happens.
You can just mute the soundboards forever.
I'm pretty sure I did anyways.
Haven't done that. Like,
Oh, I have done that. I'm pretty sure I only have a few people who were actually liberated from that torture. Yes.
Okay.
Only a few people I've
I mean, I can take another short rest, go in there, and work.
Might as well
scenario. I find
mean-
a magic circle myself, and it can't touch me. So,
Magic Circle takes a minute to cast.
Everyone else needs a long rest. I don't imagine we would have actually gotten one while we were traveling.
Well,
I
you
think Rory's
teleported.
gonna start a
so-
fire.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. So yeah, we I don't think timeline wise we've gotten that long rest yet. Then we
Not-
should probably
Not fully,
Yeah.
no.
so we should get that long rest.
Question.
hmm
Would a spirit killed by the vestige follow us through a teleport?
I-
Or
It's
a
in the
terror soul
vestige,
just
so-
raging
It's
in
in
the
there.
ruin of Ithaca?
You're not sure?
I
We don't know
doubt.
how the vestige dimension works.
As far as I know, when you got killed, we were in the vestige or some sort of
I
plane of
do.
existence.
I have 4 hit days that I could spend on my last short rest.
I mean, I think we just take the long rest.
Just
There's
yeah.
no real reason not to. Finding out what the deal with the vestiges isn't that important.
Yeah, not till tomorrow morning.
No.
Yeah.
I need to know.
Yeah. I vote we just get some damn sleep.
The sleep sounds nice. You know, being on 1 HP kind of sucks, but
Mm.
yeah, you could always just stay at 1 HP and not have any spell slots either. Just die of exhaustion. That's so dandy.
Okay. So
Epilogue, never sleep again.
I will say it's about probably 1, 2 in the afternoon by the time you guys make it to Rosmoen.
One tour.
Anyways,
It's nice having you. It's nice having you, Brennan. You can wait now.
so you are able, Erud, you are able to kind of look through Sheev's belongings if you'd like to.
Oh yeah.
And find that, and eventually you are able to find that miniature library, not through the aid of the Rosmoens.
Question.
Yes.
Is there any, I guess, food that is still left in Rosmoen's little abandoned state? Because we definitely need to feed the baby, unfortunately.
I remember
That is actually
specifically
very
they
cool.
had. I remember specifically they did in fact have like a very specific type of food they had.
They laid out like a feast.
So, I mean, we did do a feast before we left.
Yeah,
I do see a farm right here. I don't know what that's.
yeah.
but there's
I
a-
forgot what exactly. I remember they.
Is there anything
I remember
edible for
specifically.
a
I remember
baby?
describing. You would be able to find some food, especially because like all of the food would still like. It's not like this. Everything's
Somebody
been,
was eating
been left around
as
for
they got
like
finished.
several days.
Yeah.
But some weird band of party kind of stole all of their food before they left. So I don't know how much food there would be left, especially
So
after
being
that.
in this region, that's bullcrap. Bullcrap, there ain't no business in this
I
region.
am talking about you and the giant feast you had the night before.
That wasn't me.
I mean, to be fair, they don't need it anymore anyway, right?
Yeah.
They would have gone to waste.
I'm saying
To call
specifically because you're asking right now if there's any food left, and there's probably not a lot of food left, but you'd be able to find some.
Hopefully something edible for the kid. She's still young, unfortunately.
I mean, there are dogs. Like Domus seems like them. You know, maybe they can like dogs.
Baby eating rocks. As far as I'm aware, it's not an earth genasi. Can't chew stones for a living.
I don't know.
Domus would in fact be chowing down on some igneous rock, some rock on the floor.
Is Domus eating the magma shark the lava shark corpses?
No, but don't tempt him.
I mean,
I think the Sussus Stone counts as a rock. We mined it out of the ground.
But there is stuff edible for the child, right? It's not going to starve to death, is it?
Oh yeah, you still have that.
Of course, we still have.
Don't give us a baby and then not let us feed it.
I
That's
have
evil.
heard so many things that was gonna happen to that child that I forgot which one was like what you actually were planning on doing with that. So
That was all joke.
yeah, you'd be able to find edible food for the child, as well as all of you all.
Yeah. Give the food to Erud. You feed it. It's your responsibility, as you said.
I never said it was my responsibility. I said it shouldn't be yours.
Well, if you don't want it, I'll take it.
No.
You don't want to be responsible, then I will.
There's other options. Arya, you died.
So
20
did
minutes
you.
ago. Yeah, I'm not volunteering to take the child. You died 20 minutes ago.
And I
You died
came very
the day before
close.
that. You're going to die again, probably.
I
More than
mean,
likely, permanently.
it's a temporary care. I'm not saying I'm going to bring it to battle. That'd be irresponsible and foolish.
You're going to battle. Who's going to hold it while you're going to battle?
Leaving this child an orphan a second time isn't what I am intending to do. I think we should find someone who is less on the front lines than us, perhaps.
Well, who?
Some of the remaining townspeople here.
I mean,
It's a really bad
maybe.
time.
Yeah,
Sorry,
which is why I haven't asked yet.
but I mean, there are people here who ran a community. They might be good people too.
Yeah, there's barely anyone here.
Weren't
That's-
Olgir and Kalda like dating or something?
Oh no,
Or am I thinking of
Dufrobri
different
and
people?
Aruhai.
that was Aruhai and Defrobri were a couple.
Yes.
They're still alive.
Sorry, I got so appalled because those two were like former player characters. So
I see.
If they're still alive, I mean, sure they
That's
can.
not
Jesus.
probably not the best time to present this. But
I'm not
that
gonna
is
romance
maybe-
Peter. I'm not gonna romance player characters for the non-existent players anymore.
Anymore?
Oh yeah,
No,
you
I
can't.
never.
I
I
would kill you.
haven't.
Ah.
All right.
Yeah, there's a local couple. Maybe they want a
So-
son. I don't know.
I don't think anyone's
Hey,
local
you just
here.
killed. Hey, you just. I know we just killed your entire city,
They're
but
nice
here's a
people.
child. Would you like a
Again,
child?
not right now.
Yeah, no.
We're gonna give it
Please
to
don't.
them.
It makes up for all the people we killed, right?
Oh my
We
God.
killed one
That's
person, right?
not. Oh my God.
It
Okay.
Maybe
doesn't
they
matter.
might take the baby just to get it away from us.
I'm
is
not
kind
the
of
highest
chaotic,
person
though.
here. Probably, I can try and convince them.
It's
when
honestly,
the
it's
time
kind
is
of
right.
fitting. Like,
Okay.
both communities were devastated and come together to heal. It's beautiful.
So, you all have a long rest, and you have as long as you want throughout the rest of the day. I know Akamaro is taking Hebe's book to copy down.
Yeah, and I'll do the same to Akamaro's when he's done with that, or maybe
Okay.
while
I'm
he's
doing this
doing
while
it
you
if I can.
sleep. We can arrange what works, but like I don't sleep,
Okay.
so while you're sleeping, it just makes sense.
I
to
do,
this.
unfortunately. So
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So just while you're sleeping, that's when I'll
What is everyone else doing for the rest of the night? For the rest of the day, leading into night.
Sleep, definitely. I'm not
Okay.
sure if I'll even be able to.
Do you all just want to take like a midday rest?
I mean, I'll
started
sleep for
a
a portion
fire.
of it, and the rest could be light activity. As part of a long rest says, so I'll try to keep
Like-
walking, see if we can see Atlas. He shouldn't be too hard to find. given his stature.
We all are like mortally injured and have gone through one of the most intense fight possible. If you can stay awake after that, fucking who are you?
Okay, so is it safe to say everybody's kind of just taking a rest if they actually need to sleep, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Aaron would probably take a rest once he's done copying some of the things in.
Okay. I'm gonna say
I'm moving
Junji
the
is also
going,
taking a
ow.
rest.
I think we're all just like done for the day.
Okay.
It's
You're
been,
just
it's been
taking a
hard
rest in
day.
and that a character?
He's metagaming, kill him. Okay. A couple things. So, Lokir, you're able to find Domus. He's perfectly fine. He's chowing on rocks. Go ahead and what is your investigation modifier? Or like
5?
5? Okay.
5.
I think that's fine. You look at Domus. Domus. There's something a little off about Domus's appearance, and it's not really something you can quite pinpoint until you see your house, and you see the wood that this house is made of bending and stretching to a very to a very awkward and like warped degree. Domus is getting rapidly bigger, and not like in the moment you can see it happening before your eyes. It's just he seemed to have grown a little bit bigger in the night that you have in between the time you had been away from him.
Huh.
I knew that eating fucking magma rocks was a bad thing. Listen.
He's supersized now.
Obese. No.
Hey, new
It's
Vesta
not just a
acquired.
thing for humans.
New Vesta acquired?
It's fucking. What was the Pokemon called? Like the fire turtle?
Torterra. Oh.
Torterra.
Fire tortoise?
Oh, that's
Torkoal?
Torkoal.
Yeah.
Torterra is the grass one.
Oh, that one, yeah. Poor
Maybe we should have him made fucking grass. That would...
I mean, both.
Do I know how Domus works? Because I remember that he was like
No.
a small turtle once, like a very long time ago.
No, in fact, well, it took him 5 years to get from the palm of your hand to
to a
the
house.
size of a house.
Dang.
But you have no idea what kind of species this man is, the Domus is, or how like his growth rate is.
If you ask, I will happily help try to investigate this.
I've only been with Domus for like a year, I think. Right? Because
But
I was
honestly,
very
barely.
sure-
Like it's
Yeah.
been like you had encountered Domus, and then 5 years went by, and then you encountered him again, and then it probably took you maybe a couple weeks to traverse with Domus from where you were to the very first like session you were introduced.
Yeah, I did abandon him 5 years ago. I did just kind of leave him there while I ran away.
I mean, you didn't have use for him 5 years ago. You were just like, oh,
No,
cool.
no, it's not a matter of use. It was, yeah, it wasn't fun.
All these negligent
It
pet
wasn't a
owners.
matter of use. It was it was a matter of
I mean, I was busy trying not to die, you know.
Anyways,
That's
but yeah, you would. That's all you really notice is that he seems to be getting a little bit too big and stretching the house a little bit.
I mean, I know that the house evolves with. No, I don't know that actually. I think that it does. Like it gets bigger with him, but
Looks like some
yeah,
carpenter tools are needed.
I'll go fetch a camera. I'll just.
Okay. You can certainly go fetch Akamero. I'm assuming before any of the Hebe stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Can I make an Arcana or investigation about it?
Probably say
Kinda
nature.
Nature.
I can
Nature would
understand.
probably be the best.
It almost is an experiment, right?
Yeah, but he's still he was experimented on, but he's not a completely new creature.
I can live with nature. Can Wokir give me the help action?
I'm gonna say no.
Guidance.
I'll take guidance.
I'll give you guidance.
All right.
Numbers matter. Numbers matter. The sheet is.
That's a D4, right?
No,
Yep.
it's +1.
+1?
Guidance
It's
is
a
a
D- it's a-
D4.
Guidance is a D4.
Yeah, okay.
Long game, sorry.
Okay.
16?
All right. 16.
It's a little outside my wheelhouse. I mean, hey, I know the Kumulipo. They're turtles.
Do you?
Yeah,
I mean, they were like, you were there for Strixhaven. You weren't there for the Kumalipo.
Well, yeah, but I interacted with them. They taught me shit.
Did they?
I think that's what we said.
No, I think you solely learned. You were avoiding the Kumalipo because they were very territorial.
This was a long time ago. Let me
Yeah,
look
you
this
were.
up.
I think you were specifically avoiding the Kumalipo. But you were, because they were trying to take territory of Strixhaven, but you were still learning just solely from Strixhaven, unless you can forward me some sort of piece of evidence from this.
I can't even. Hold on, it's
Find it. Find it.
the search tool is doing what it normally does, which is
Mhm.
nothing.
I will say, though you haven't I will say for now, I think even if you like actively interacted with the Kumalipo, though you've done so rarely, you have seen tortoises equivalent to Domus before. It's not. You haven't seen houses and structures built on top of these tortoises like Domus, but you have seen some of these tortoises, and you have seen exceptionally larger tortoises before.
I think it's safe to say that Domus is just not done growing. I can't speak to the strange specifics here, but that all seems normal.
Yeah, but
Normal.
it only happened after he started digging the fucking rocks around here.
I mean, he really volunteered that. No one made him do that. I think that's a normal thing for him. Or if it wasn't, it's quickly becoming that, and he doesn't seem hurt by it. The house appears to be falling apart, so that's not ideal, but you can always rebuild.
Not at all.
I'll take your word for it.
As long as he's happy, I guess.
He doesn't appear upset, so yeah. Call this a anomalous thing, maybe a minor victory. I don't know. Bigger Domus. I don't think it's a problem.
He's young. I mean, for a fucking I know that turtles live for time. He's like very fucking young, so
Yeah.
makes sense. So
Maybe he'll be big enough to be on his own whole island.
I know.
that would be inconvenient for me.
He's his own person.
I mean, yeah, but, you know.
But also, how inconvenient would it be? Like,
Around.
he wouldn't be super slow. Still, he'd still be able to like move around.
Yeah, but I wouldn't be able to take him places with me. I mean,
Not on land, probably, but like.
yeah, it's go to a city. I'm like, yeah, you don't mind if I mark my fucking island?
Yeah, maybe
I
he'll
mean-
become like the giant turtle in Avatar.
Have I
Exactly,
mentioned
yeah.
that I love
Becomes an
siege
island.
monsters?
Freaking island turtle.
I mean, yeah,
Domus
you'll be able to
also
drag him
a
with
dragon turtle.
Domus
Alan.
isn't. Look at him and tell me that like the average person could harm Domus. Domus could absolutely crush us.
Have I
if
mentioned
he's
that I
getting
love
bigger-
bastion monsters?
Yeah, Bastion
If he's-
monsters.
With giant
he's
fortresses
getting
on
bigger-
giant monsters
I
with
couldn't
fortresses
tell.
on.
He's not a seeds monster yet. He's
Uh-huh.
growing. He's a child.
If he's getting bigger, no one's gonna hurt him. You don't have to worry about him. Be with him when you can. When you can't, he'll be okay.
I mean, add a character, he's at least a sizable pebble and projectile to something as big as, Atlas, but...
Don't worry about that. Not relevant right now.
Atlas could like literally pick him up and like throw him across the fucking world.
Yeah, Meteor,
Ah.
everyone loves a good old Meteor Strike, it's fine.
I mean, stats wise, he's not that strong,
Not yet.
Yeah, it's the word.
We love a siege
One
monster.
day he'll be big enough to put a giant fortress on it, and it will have turrets, and he'll be able to defend himself.
Rory, what have you drawn right here, Dimitri? Did you
that's
draw
my little
this?
fire.
Okay.
Is there a drawing somewhere?
Yeah, there's just a little thing of fire next to Rory
It-
now.
Oh,
It felt weird to sleep in the houses, so I put up a little camp.
Also, can
I don't.
I send Domus to Sevilla? Oh, not Sevilla. Cersei.
You want to send that? You want to send Domus?
Like a therapy dog,
Do we even know where
My
Cersei
therapy
is?
house.
No, but like she liked Domus, I believe, right?
I believe that's true.
Yeah,
I remember that being a thing.
I can have
Did
Domus,
Cersei
hang
even come
around.
with us?
Yes.
definitely.
Okay, good.
Like,
She-
can Domus physically get there without causing damage?
They can certainly make their their cautious approach to the Citadel outside of to the Citadel that Cersei operates from. But
From what I can understand, Domus can kind of understand me, right? Like
yeah,
he's intelligent, I think.
He's intelligent enough to understand the speech patterns you produce.
Like a
Not
dog.
to say anything bad.
Yeah, I'll tell him to just hang around there,
okay. Cersei has seemingly cooped herself up within the actual Citadel building. Unfortunately, doesn't seem to come out even with the arrival of Domus. But Domus will just sit here and just take a nap. Just
Fine.
Very happy.
Eating his rocks.
Just don't name this Citadel, please.
okay. Does anyone else want to do anything during this time?
It's not.
Morgan's just sort of going to go to the south end of town where Cirilla would presumably be arriving, and she's just going to sit there and wait.
Okay.
Sleep. Eventually get up.
I imagine you're
Hopefully.
like being the rogue that you are. You're probably just like perched up on a rooftop. Just
Mm-hmm.
okay.
Just keeping watch.
All right. Rory, I'm gonna say Junji will join you at this little campfire you've made over here. And then those that also want to join this campfire while they sleep can also, or Domus is also a safe spot to rest at.
Yeah, I'll if there's a desk somewhere on Domus's back, I'll be there.
I believe Lokir has like a actual sleeping spot, or not a sleeping spot, a like desk somewhere. I believe, right?
Yeah, on the bottom floor there's my study.
Yeah, hold on. Wait.
I have a sleep.
At this point, I'll hand you off the magical lock that we found.
Oh yeah. I can look up Domus.
Hmm. And no
Like,
one knows.
not now because I want people to like come and go. But when I leave him in the future,
Yeah.
you know, it's not like he has like 5 windows or anything like that people can break to get in. But
Okay. So
We can invest in a better structure.
Fucking when I get my fucking spells and can go buy costly material components, like a fucking glyph of warding your windows. So a fucking fireball goes off whenever
But
someone breaks it.
it's like,
it's not even that. It was to prevent fucking aliens from breaking my windows,
I mean, the fireball would be a good deterrent.
It's like a
So
thunder.
like we needed to break those windows. I feel like just like stronger windows is the play.
Fucking, I could do banishment, so they'll
I
get
mean,
fucking sent
didn't-
to a different plane if they try.
But again, like sometimes we had to dive through the windows are broken because we dove through them
no.
fighting Charybdis.
Needed is a very strong word, by the way. It was convenient to break the windows. It wasn't needed.
Morgan was down. Morgan was down. Okay.
Morgan broke 2 of the windows. You
Okay.
shoot out of.
Okay.
She didn't even
So-
bother unlocking it; just broke it.
Everyone slowly finds sleep. I believe, Akamera, before you wanted to go to sleep, you wanted to start copying down Hebe's
Right.
book.
I don't sleep, so the
You
whole
don't
time
sleep?
people are sleeping. Yeah.
Okay. Is that just
I love that
is that a
book.
racial thing? Did I give you that as an Arvandorian thing?
That is part of my warlock feature.
Warlock, well, BS.
Okay.
You know, Pack of the Moon. It's the funnest aspect. It's the fun one.
All right, so you are copying down Hebe's journal, Hebe's spellbook. I will send you some added spells from his list. But as you do, you are kind of accompanied by the pseudo dragon that has been continuing to accompany you on your shoulder, kind of just like hopping itself to the other side, to against like the windowsill that you find yourself. The windowsill broken, but it's still the window itself broken, but the windowsill is still able for him to perch there and just watch you copy the spellbook down. Night eventually falls as everyone continues to find sleep, and as they do, Akamero, you are just busy writing in this book, and as you do, something trickles down onto the book. Blood. A drop of blood falls, and you look up, and it seems to be almost coming out like saliva of the pseudo dragon. And as it does, it kind of like you watch as it opens its maw, and you watch as more blood falls down as you kind of see it like it fall onto the book. The spells that you had been copying down from Hebe's journal the blood kind of seeps in for a moment, and you watch as the writing kind of disappears from the
I told you
page.
I killed it.
But in its place is new writing.
Oh.
What have you done?
Oh god.
What have you?
Should I read this aloud?
done?
You can certainly read it aloud.
Good evening, Elysians. I congratulate you on your victory in Ithaca, and I'm deeply mournful of the losses you have faced in the ensuing conflict. You have something I require, I have something you require. You've been cordially invited to my humble encampment within the Underdark to discuss pertinent matters that should
Heck no,
pertain
you
to both
bitch.
parties. This familiar will escort you upon the phrase. Is that Cyrillic?
I am intrigued to meet with you as soon as your endeavors match my own. The phrase is something in Draconic that I'm going to withhold because I don't know it, so you can't either.
Aw.
Okay.
Vecna, you big bitch.
Yeah, fucking Vecna.
And that's where we're gonna end the session for tonight.
Man.
Incredible.
I've had to vandalize the spells.
You do watch as like you read the the note, it begins to slowly, the blood begins to fade from the pages, and the writing from the spells returns.
Wait, copy down the word you didn't understand.
Wait, what's the Draconic?
Write it down. I'm sure you'll.
What is it?
It's eyes to the beholder.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'll quickly jot down the message elsewhere.
Okay. It was written. Yeah, it was written in Draconic, which in my Cerdonia world, Draconic is just Russian.
Nice.
So,
I know Russians.
No, that's good.
Weird choice. Okay. It's an interesting choice.
Okay, the Acadia is the oligarchy.
Yeah.
It is quite literally run
It
by
is,
a
yeah.
government
It
run
is.
by multiple
That's,
people.
By definition, an oligarchy.
It's an oligarchy.
Uh-huh.
There are quite a few of those. Okay.
Oh, lovely.
So that's going to be the end of the session for tonight. Yay!
Yeah.
Is it yay though?
Do we level up to level 10 for doing grueling emotional work?
Please DM another level up.
You guys would have
So
literally
hungry
leveled
for
up
level ups.
over this. You guys would have literally leveled up to level 9 over the course of this long rest that you're having.
We haven't leveled up in so long, dear.
No.
We are starving.
Level 9. I'm gonna have to think if I have to swap out some spells.
Technically get 2 levels in the same day.
Yup.
Yes, we did.
Yeah.
Yes, you did.
It was an extremely traumatic event.
It was a very long day. One might say it lasted for months.
Trauma equals level up. Just remember, trauma equals level up. Trauma equals level up. Build up the trauma.
It
Trauma
wasn't even like an
equals
entire day. It
level
was
up.
like
If I kill
Wow.
Gogus, do we level up?
No, you lose levels from that.
That's valid. Okay, I can.
Now look at it this way. We gained a level for every country we destroyed.
Did you? Wait, 2?
Yeah, Rosmoen and
Oh, fuck yeah.
Ilya.
Yep.
That's
I
the
don't-
key.
I don't think it's fair to say we destroyed Rosmo.
No, it
Yeah,
just
no, we
led
had
to their
absolute
destruction.
Truma equals level up.
I don't.
Let
For,
you-
it's 3 in the morning. I forgot how to spell trauma.
The
It's fine in the morning
Rosmoen
for me.
thing feels like something that we should have known about.
We
Wow.
really going into the fight, it became clear that we should have vestiged all the demons when we saw Doran behaving the way he was. That became more clear over time.
Very much.
I don't think
so.
we had a vestige anywhere near him though at the time.
Yeah.
Like by the time it became known, it was already kind of too late. By
Very
the time
late.
we all regrouped.
I don't entirely know why we didn't.
I had no clue.
It was more of like giving them the choice. Like no,
And they all
like,
chose not to?
Well, they
the
chose
people that
Deathman.
were the few people that were like actually reached out to by Akamero. Some of them refused, some of them accepted.
Okay.
Like, how many?
I mean, yeah.
Then we
they
have
had
to
the
feel
option.
even less bad about this.
Yeah,
it
that's
was
how,
all-
that's
Yeah,
how
I
that
offered
works.
I offered for the people who I wanted to come and join the fight. The
Yeah.
vast majority of the people here did not receive the offer.
You gave
It's
it. You
skill
gave the
issue.
opportunity. You gave the opportunity to 5 people, or no, 4 people, because the 5th person was Deucalion and he wasn't any like demon. Arereth said no. Sheev said no. Dufrabri said yes only because Aruhai said yes.
And it worked out great.
Yeah. Oh, and
Best
also
decision of their
you
fucking
did
life.
you did also give Deucalion the option, and he said no.
Yeah.
'Cause-
I mean, and
or
like,
not Deucalion, Delurin, because he said no just because he didn't know how that was gonna react to a full-blown thrall like he was.
That's fair.
Those who turned us down were only killed by their pride at the end of the day, and self-preservation.
To be fair, though,
We just decided that. What?
what's her name? Forget her name.
Cersei?
No, the big one, Hesia.
Yeah.
Like Hesia was, you know, we did use the vestige on her, and she still fucking died. So you know.
Yeah, because she
Well,
was.
I think that was specifically
chain-
because someone
Yeah,
fucking
yeah.
used disintegrate on
No,
her
no, I
ass.
know,
Yeah,
I
the
know,
chain
I know.
oblivion. The chain
My
oblivion.
point
That
is,
was.
though,
Yeah. I
think
just want to. I just wanted to clarify. Yeah, the chained oblivion. You all did in fact see the chained oblivion, looking upon the ruins of the Hecatoncres, and either in a fit of rage or just because he wanted to, or just because he surely wanted to, he killed all of the demon thralls that betrayed him and defied him, and then killed Hestia with a disintegrate spell just because he could, and because she wasn't a like demon that he can just deactivate pretty much.
Yeah.
my point is that we at least tried, you know. They didn't matter, so.
Yep.
But yeah.
That sucked.
We
won, but at what cost?
I will also forward this over to the group. The letter.
Fuck yeah.
It's nice receiving a letter.
Mm-hmm.
We just got a letter. We just got a letter.
The worst letter in my life.
Who it's from? Just like a fucking.
Look.
I wonder who it's from.
Look.
I mean,
Vecna has not been. Vecna has not been a problem so far.
He's been nothing but nice, honestly.
He is
very cordial.
inviting you to like a dinner, pretty much.
Yeah, like, I have no reason to think this guy's a bad guy other than the fact that he kidnapped someone and tried to spy on our meeting.
Look, I gotta be real. His pseudo dragon's fucking sick.
Meeting?
Like I'm gonna learn the Find Familiar spell soon, and I hope I get that.
Oh, I have the Find Familiar spell, so when you copy things, you
Most
can copy
eldritch
that down.
pseudo dragon ever. Thing has 6 eyes. Eldritch War.
I also have redesigned Seeker, so now he's a paper crow.
Oh, I saw that. I was like, huh, that's a weird icon. I didn't realize anyone changed that. Which is funny because I think that Seeker stat block was being used by other people.
Well, you hate to see it. Fucking should have got their own stat block.
Well, hold on, let me verify.
So, for everybody else, do we have any idea what the fuck it is Vecna wants here? As he said, we have something he wants.
Probably a vestige.
Yeah.
Well, no, because he has a vestige, and they're kind of.
Well, I think he might just want more. Because like,
Well, no, because he said exchange. He's not
Yeah,
unless if we accept the
He wants
text
them
here.
vested.
Yeah. And I don't think, while there are differences, I think in some of the vestiges, I don't think largely it's like I don't think he'd need a specific one if he needed a vestige at all.
Or it's an exchange. We give him a vestige for Sutton, who apparently has a connection to you guys. Although I doubt,
Fucking
yeah,
Fuck
Sutton.
Sutton.
I doubt you'd take that. But
No, that's the vestige
Yeah, I mean,
we want, and I
don't think Vecna is the type of guy to be like, oh, I'm gonna be a man of my word, you know?
Yeah, but like
We want to
I
believe
think
that.
he
there's
just
no point in
wants it.
speculating at this point if that's not. But like, what would we have that he would want? Who's got a fancy relic?
I guess I technically do, and so does Akamaro.
unless
got
he
a
wants a
record
staff of defense, I ain't got much.
Ah, yes, the lock. He wants the lock so that
He seems pretty interested in the Acadia, and you have one of the members.
Okay,
That is
makes
true.
sense. Yeah.
Well, he might not be interested in the Acadia specifically. He might have just been spying on it because it was a gathering of some of the most powerful people in the continent.
That's
Maybe
also
that-
true.
You know what? He was at the raid on Ithaca. Maybe he wants the poem we found.
Wow.
True.
I mean, we don't know what he wants until we go there and ask him.
Oh yeah, I'm just speculating for fun right now.
I mean, our speculations can lead
He
to
just
some.
wants a fucking painting or something. Then, yeah, I need to decorate my house. It would look great.
Well,
There
shoot,
was-
I wish
there
I.
was one jewel in the pile in the vault room that would make a really nice jewelry. that he
Or
needs.
the beat of refreshment.
That's what he wants. He wants to be a
He
refreshment.
wants to be a refreshment.
We figured out your master plan, Iris.
We walk in, you're like, all right, we got
He's
the
all
beat.
dry because he's undead. He can't make water on his own. Like
Yeah.
he's just
He
really.
just wants to be moist, like an amphibian. He needs to be moist.
Last we saw him, he was underwater.
Okay.
It-
So
it's
I
all
would just
coming
like
again.
to I would just like to clarify with the rest of the group. With this invitation from Vecna, what is everyone's plan? Because the Amphorenians are gonna come and they're gonna want to take over Ilios. There's Atlas and Zeus to be taken care of, but that doesn't have to be you.
I mean, I think we deal with the Olympians first.
I mean, the Olympians would be very nice to take care of. I mean, all we need are more numbers, more Thunderjaws.
All I'm saying is Vecna has a vestige. I think those are very important. Probably
They are.
more
Vestige would be
important than
very
going
helpful.
out
No,
and
no, no. Zeus has one, and until we
Yeah.
get the one from Zeus, it doesn't matter. It's either we have all of them or we have. Like,
Yeah, we should probably try to get Zeus while we can.
One at a
Getting
time is nice.
But
though.
getting one extra vestige, and then fighting Zeus with another vestige.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
if he
sure.
scampers off now, it's going to be a pain in the ass to get to him.
Surely
Mhm.
we'll be able to get the one from Vecna with no substantial loss.
You say that.
We just go there, we talk to him, and
Yeah, we give him
clearly
have a
knows what
nice
we
dinner,
want.
you know.
we give
And
him
he
whatever he
obviously just
wants,
wants to be a refreshment.
which I'm sure
Also-
isn't that important.
That also brings up a good point. Do the two parties want to split up again?
I would be fine with that. I'd prefer to stay together, like out of character, but Eruda can go either way, like in character.
Yeah, I'm not against it, but I'm not like for it either.
I mean,
Mhm.
fighting the Olympians, even with our sizable party, took forever. I don't think it's going to go any faster if we split. There are strength in numbers.
Okay, just making sure.
Cool.
Okay.
I also think if anyone's gonna have more stake in the game, it's going to be Splint, because
Yeah.
most of the reason we went to or trying to see Vecna is because of Splint / Crin's backstory.
From
Yeah.
what I heard from Splint, from what I've heard from Ishmael, Splint wants to go back to see Bunny
Yeah,
in the Mezoian Empire.
I do think we
So-
should do. I do think we should go back to Mezoi at least, like very temporarily,
I'd like to see the place.
because we do have some stuff to report to the Acadia. Fucking, I gotta get a message to them sometime soon.
I don't know
No,
if they're
no
gonna be
particular
happy
reason.
about.
You did successfully send that message to Ishtar, by
Yeah.
the way.
Okay, yeah, but unfortunately, there's a part of it that means I need to send another message, or
Oh,
else
yeah.
they might get the wrong idea.
Isn't the trip like several weeks though?
With the turtle, it's going to take time to travel.
Yeah.
But
Hey, what if we convince the council to give us another teleportation dais, and then we set it up there? And
You want to set up an Amphorenian
think-
teleportation dais in
Might
the
not be
Mezoian Empire?
Best idea.
yeah. We basically make a
or the
bigger alliance,
technology
you know?
for it.
I think it is
we
kind
are
of a given that they want to
buffering,
make a network into Zov. You know, maybe not all the way into the Mezoian Empire, but like on their border. So
You know, I would totally love some.
Mezzoians might have something to say about that.
Yeah.
I don't
even know if the
Mezoians-
will be happy with us doing
I
what we
won't
Yeah,
say
would you
fast
want
travel.
people with the ability to teleport into your house?
It's
I think
not
we can go
like
outside their border if
outside.
they're uncomfortable with it.
We'll get as close as they'll let us.
Ambrinians are protesting right now. I mean, that's not.
I mean, yeah, but like the world is fucked, right? And I think every nation has realized that maybe they need to start working together a bit more, you know?
Have they?
No.
I haven't noticed this. This is
They
Where does
should.
this be? I don't know where you got that information from, but everybody's kind of selfish. Not gonna lie.
That is
I-
true. They are
Canadian
selfish.
That's
Council
half the
is all
problem.
about protecting
Yeah.
Mazawai, and that's
The
about
most-
it.
The most
I have
Syria
interacted
won't
with
allow
two-
refugees.
I have
The most-
interacted with 2 countries, one of which is the Acadian Council, the other of which is the one formerly headed by demons.
The most unified the Cerdonia has been is either A, the Forbidden East, or B, the Gilgamesh Assembly, and that's it. And the Gilgamesh Assembly happened and has lost half of its actually good forces.
Yeah.
Against Scylla.
I think
We
we try the king of Ampharina seemed like a reasonable person. The rest of the council sucks, right? But
Yeah.
the king seemed amenable to like actually helping people. And
Lepos is okay. I don't trust him, but
Dracula
Right.
was on his own little thing.
Also, the Acadian Council is almost entirely dedicated to stopping the Tiamat.
Specifically the Tiamat.
pretty noble, I will admit.
yeah, Ampharinian council is.
Isolate
we
them.
were-
they're
And
doing
we were
nothing.
too
They're doing
until
nothing.
you guys fucking made funny X's on a map.
Here's where the thing is. I feel like I'm getting two conflicting things here. Because the Acadian Council only cares about killing the Tiamat. When I talked to Jormungandr, he's like, hey, we need to control the Tiamat so that we can stop the Chained Oblivion. But now it seems like the only reason the Chained Oblivion can even escape is because the Tiamat is popping up.
Do we know for certain that the Rain of Fire was what happened with the Tiamat?
I think I should clarify about the prophecy. There's not the event isn't going. There isn't like a sort of activation of Ragnarok. Like these certain events aren't slowly activating Ragnarok. This prophecy is just like certain events are happening and are prophesized to happen through, like, Ragnarok isn't sort of like isn't supposed to be like a major, isn't supposed to be an event. It is just an idea, basically a prophecy that was basically like it's basically the name of a story, if that makes sense.
I mean, yeah.
There's not
All
really
of
like
the-
But it's all kind of happening.
It's all of the events are Ragnarok, not will lead to Ragnarok, so to speak,
Yeah.
correct?
Yeah, it's mostly like that, yeah.
Okay.
Real quick, while we still have most everyone here, who wants to hold on to the poems? I can if nobody wants to, but
I mean, Erud will. He'd probably have already copied them down onto, like, separate pieces of parchment on his person.
all right. I guess you could keep your copies. I'll hold them to the original. Seems like a good division.
I can carry a lot of weight, but I'm not sure if I want poems to be part of that weight.
It's literally paper. It's a sheet of paper.
I'm not even gonna list away
Two
for
of
them.
them.
If you have the
Those-
figures that might be destroyed, there is Domus already.
Yeah. If they're on me, they'll probably get singed.
I'll probably make like a vault handout to like, so that way we can like keep track of everything. Like the party loot, basically.
Yeah.
Had done that, no?
I have a table. It's not really an inventory in game. Just a,
Mm-hmm.
a table in a Google Doc.
Yeah.
Also, how much money do we all get?
50k gold pieces, 600 worth of gemstones, 300 worth of art. You can't carry that much, so figure it out.
Having a giant turtle to carry it for you.
your turtle's not gonna be with you when you're fucking
I
in.
mean, of course, I'm gonna keep like a smaller amount on me, but you know.
That's what I'm saying. We all have access to our gold too somewhere.
I already took the liberty of putting 1,000 into my character, so that works for me.
Look here just gets rid of all, like, the second floor just becomes a gold whore.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why
it gets to the point where just like the fucking entire roof of the first floor falls out because just of the weight of the gold.
Wait, hold on.
Little
Hold on.
fucking dragons live in the second floor. Yeah.
Melt a bunch of it down and make the house of gold plated.
that sounds like a bad idea.
Yes, get Domus gold plated armor.
Listen, guys, fucking all I have to do is pick up Magic Circle and then fucking cast it in the same spot every day for a year, and I will have a permanent Magic Circle.
Well,
Yes,
once we like figure out where we're going and we find a shop, we can buy a bunch of bags of holding and we're good.
Yes, we do need a bunch of those.
Okay, but
I
realistically,
guarantee we can get some in Uruk.
how much of that gold fits on like the second floor of Domus?
I mean, a decent amount.
1,000 gold pieces is 1,000 pounds of gold.
1,000 gold pieces, 1,000 pounds of what?
50,000 gold pieces is 1,000 pounds of gold.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, he got
Not that much.
I'm sure your house won't tilt
I don't
over
even know
sideways
what my
any further.
carry capacity is.
My carry capacity is high.
5,000?
That's like a quarter of a car.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It's a small pile of gold. Domus can handle it.
All right.
I'm sure Domus can handle it.
have
Can
to
your
get
house
up in
handle
2
it?
hours, so I'm gonna head to bed.
Yeah, I'm gonna definitely head to bed as well.
I'll probably hop off.
All right.
Good night, everyone.
Thank you guys for joining, and I will see you guys next time. Take care.
Got it.
It's gonna be in 2 weeks this time.
2
On
weeks.
Saturday?
2 weeks.
Or no, we didn't do Saturday. That's right.
No, we're not.
2 weeks.
We
Right.
decided no on Saturdays.
I prefer to disconnect.